it's not a very persuasive argument for me. Like, yeah, but because I think so first of all, like, the data that it's trying to explain, like, I don't think the puzzle, the phenomenon that you need to explain is life. It's just something like complexity, right? Because I think once you have like a complex enough system that can evolve in complex ways, there's good reasons to think that something like life evolving isn't surprising, right? So the only puzzle left is like, why is the universe like complex? Why isn't it as simple as like, like a single black hole, right? Or like five protons dancing around. And I do think, yeah, so first of all, like, even and so that and right, and so there, like, you look at like the argument that physicists have given for like why they find it surprising that the constants of the standard model have the values that they do, and that like it's possible that like they could have been otherwise. And I sort of concede that at least in an epistemic sense they could have been otherwise, right? But I think if there is something to explain there, there's much simpler explanations based on things like, I don't know, like, well, like, I think the most likely explanation is like selection effects, right? That these values that are fixed for the universe that we observe actually vary across like some sort of metaphysical spaces of universes, or like bubble universes and so on. And we just happen to like inhabit the one that's like suitable for life. So basically I'm saying like, I think an anthropic kind of explanation is the most likely one. And there's independent reasons to believe that that's true. And then finally, like, if you think that's not possible, right? If you like ignore that possibility, then I would say that, look, I think all these sort of stalking horse kind of objections do actually work to block an inference to a god. Like there might be some reason to think there's some sort of teleological explanation, right? That the universe has some mysterious, there must be some principle explaining why the universe tends towards complexity, right? Over and above just the laws of physics. But that's a long way short of like being a God hypothesis. So, I don't know.
What's the stalking horse objections? What does that mean?
Well, the stalking horse objection is just the idea that, look, if you think like there is a God that whose intention was to create like a complex or a life-sustaining universe, right? I can just replace the God with an equivalent sort of dispositional explanation, right? Meaning, like, there's the laws of physics, and then there's this additional sort of metaphysical principle saying something like, the universe just has a tendency or a disposition to have like complex states, right? Or let's say life-sustaining states.
That doesn't explain what God is, though, right? God is the fundamental principle. Hold on. God is the fundamental principle. 1 second, why are you cutting me off?
It doesn't need to yeah, look, you're responding to, you're not saying the point I'm making. I'm not trying to explain what God is.
Stalking horse objection is just like there's going to be a stalking horse hypothesis that's naturalistic that can.
Yes, I understand the
take
point.
it to its prior. Sam was asking what it meant.
But Deepak, what do you think about these two arguments? I'm just curious. So, first argument is that the universe looking fine-tuned is actually evidence of naturalism, not theism, because God can make life and humans in any universe because he's omnipotent. So the fact that we only find ourselves in the tiny sliver of universes where only natural law could do it, where there's like quadrillions of possibilities of everywhere else where God could do it, is pretty strong evidence that we're in the naturalist world. And then the other question is, how can we even be very confident that the constants are very fine-tuned if we've never tweaked them, so we don't know how they interrelate to each other, and then what would actually happen if they changed? So those would be my two.
Okay, let me answer the second one first. Like, I think the idea is that we have we're thinking about we're sort of reasoning about the possible values the constants can have epistemically, right? Like, even if the constants are like brute facts that can't be changed in any metaphysical sense, right? Those brute facts could have been otherwise, right? And so then you like search around for an explanation for why they have exactly those values, right? And then you should prefer explanations, right, that have like sort of simpler hypotheses, right? Like that God intended it to be that way, or like there's like some simpler metaphysical principle from which like you can actually derive the value of those constants, things like that. You don't need to necessarily like tinker with the constants to know whether they can be changed or not.
And then what about the other point about the actually they're fine-tuned, it would be evidence of naturalism.
Yeah, but like this is like there's this divine fine tuning or like electrons and love argument. I mean, I think that it does do something, right, to defeat the likelihood of theism being the best explanation, right? Because you can't say that, why this universe? Why not idealism? Seems like.
Well, no. That's not the point of that. The point is like, okay, well, suppose God does make a physical universe, like make any physical universe, and He could instantiate life in any universe, regardless of its constant parameters, right? So the idea is like, of the sorts of universes you might find yourself in on theism, right? It's actually pretty unlikely that you're going to end up in the one that looks just like naturalism could be true, right? Whereas like on naturalism, yeah, that is the one you strongly expect yourself to be in if you exist.
Right. Yeah. That's kind of I was trying to. I thought I was addressing, right? But like, I mean, I think I don't know. That seems too much. If you're saying actually literally that actually strongly, I mean, I just think then you're restating the case for naturalism, right? Which is that it's the best explanation for the data is the one that like just explains everything.
The point is that it seems kind of implausible that God would put us in a universe where it's like, what just happens to look like naturalism might still be the case, right? Given there's all these other universes He could have put us in where we would almost like immediately know that like our existence is a miracle.
Yeah, I mean, there's like one thing. I think I mostly agree with that, but I will say that there's like this epistemic distance objection, right? That I think actually sort of makes sense. So the idea is that like God's intentions are to like create life and so on, but He doesn't necessarily want life to like want living things
to be obvious. No, I've heard this too, and it's not like I go through like all this stuff in that blog post. Although I'm not strictly making this argument in that blog post, but like I go through that where it's like, okay, well maybe there's like this epistemic value or aesthetic value or whatever. The point is that like even though we would have evidence for a miracle if we were in a quote unquote non-life permitting universe, it wouldn't like entail theism. It could be some other kind of supernatural metaphysics that explains that, right? So it's like, even if God wants there to be like some epistemic distance or something, He can still have that. It's still going to be strange that He achieves epistemic distance by making the world look like naturalism specifically might be true. You see what I'm saying? So it's like naturalism isn't the only other option from theism.
I think it depends on what other options are and whether like obviously you can have different laws of physics, right? You can even have things like a dualist substance that obeys some sort of regularities, and we can sort of empirically investigate and okay, so dualism ends up being true, but like that's just in that world that's just what we would end up calling quote unquote naturalism, right? But
I'm not quite sure what that's doing.
I think what it's doing. I think
what I'm saying is like we could get. Like what you're saying is, hey, if we were in a non-life permitting universe, that would like be really, really good evidence against naturalism, right? And what I'm saying is that like, yeah, it would, but if God is just trying to maintain epistemic distance so that like theism isn't obvious, right? Naturalism isn't the only alternative, right? You see what I'm saying? So it's like, it's still kind of odd that He would make it look like naturalism might be true, right? See, like he could make it obvious that naturalism is false without making it obvious that God exists.
Well, yeah, but like I'm saying, there's no real difference between a world where like naturalism is false in the sense of like okay, there's like some dualism about the mind. Like the only kind of like symmetry breakers are between worlds where like there are phenomena where the only possible explanation is like intentional like some intentional agent like intervening, right? If like there are things happening,
but that's still not enough for theism. Even if that were true, it's not enough for theism. But it just has to be like, so if we were in a non-life permitting universe, then we would know naturalism was false, or at least we would strongly misconfirm naturalism, right? But that doesn't mean that theism or classical theism is therefore obvious.
but at least there is at least in those worlds, there is like a stronger inference to God, right? Than in the comic book.
Yeah, exactly. And that is exactly why finding ourselves in a light permitting universe is not evidence for God.
Well, no, but so I'm trying to get to the thread of this. So yes, I think I agree with you, like your general principle, but I'm just saying that's only with respect to worlds where there are clear inferences to attention explanation, right? Not to worlds that are different in the sense of just other laws of physics or metaphysical laws that have regularities that don't seem to, warrant intentional intervention. Yeah, I think I have to go over.
Yeah, but with fine tuning, we're just talking about like permitting constants and parameters, given the form of the laws itself. That's what we're considering. It's more like just deism make that more likely. Never mind.
Hello, I've come to contribute to this cancerous storm of repetition and redundancy. People repeating their assumptions for years. It's like Sully says the same shit every room over and over and over again. So I've come to help make it even more toxic, more cancerous, more revolting by simply saying the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're gonna get. Hello?
That's not Rich. That's someone else. It's John Kitover. Rich and John Kitover are different people.
Would you like to propose a new topic, universe?
Talk about Mortal Kombat universe.
I'm just saying, if you've never jerked off and taken a nap or eaten a cheese pizza or had a beer or smoked a joint, well, you haven't lived yet till you read a book. And then you come on Clubhouse and you waste all your time talking and repeating your assumptions over and over again. It's the same show every time. Don't you guys see it? I don't think you see it because I record it all and I observe it. Some of you don't even have ears anymore. Did your ears fall off, Sully? Did your ears fall off from your... Oh, they did fall off. Okay. Well...
Hello. Hello. How are you?
Yeah.
Wow, that was a bit much. Anyone got a non-schizophrenic point to make?
Well, for the record, he was kind of telling the truth, man. It is kind of boring to hear people talk about the same stuff over and over again.
Okay. I repeat my question. Wow.
Got them good. Got them real good. Got them real good.
All of our discussions here might, in some way, prove what's going on in the world today. I don't think they do.
Of course you don't, Frenchie, because you're a dumb twat. And everybody actually hates you. The fact that you're a fucking mod is impossible. Well, it's not, because it's indicative of the world that we live in today. Retards run the world.
Question, Emma.
Cowards run the world.
Answer to Emma.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, he got out, man.
Just taking one of his, 3-day naps. He naps every 3 days and then comes back.
Hey, Sully, what's your gamer tag? Like Xbox?
Quantum Song 9. Same as my Discord version.
You get on Discord? See, I've got a Discord. So I'm gonna hop on Call of Duty Warzone. I'm gonna play Warzone. You wanna join? We're going to Nuketown.
When we saw, I was trying to talk about you guys that follow Jacob Frank followers and shit.
Jacob Frank?
Yeah, that's really that's really Jacob Frank and that little Zebby guy.
I don't know who those people are, sorry.
See, you don't know the whole Jewish history. Jacob
I
Frank.
don't know every Jew that ever lived.
No, these are the people that consider themselves the Jewish messiahs back in the 1600s, and then you have and then first it was that Zemi guy, and then the Turkish people arrested his ass and made him convert to Islam. They asked him, you either we kill you or you convert to Islam. He converted to Islam. He was like a Jewish messiah, and all the people believed him, and he had the most taboo beliefs and satanic bullshit, and all these people followed him. That's what they made him.
I'm reading about it now.
Yeah, they made him convert to Islam. It was 1666, 1666, and then they made him convert to Islam. Then a century later, Jacob Frank comes along and say, "I'm the reincarnation of that nigga."
Yeah.
And basically, these are Jewish people, and then
Yeah.
most
So I'm reading about Jacob Frank. The religious
taboo
authorities.
shit.
The religious authorities, the Jewish community excommunicated Frank and his followers due to his heretical doctrines. There you go.
Now, see, so they had to do that because he had followers, and that's when you get why we say this shit. Because these followers, they didn't just stop believing him; they just kept on doing shit in secret.
I can't believe
people just stop believing their fucking leader because their leader gets killed.
So nothing in this one. Somebody said that he was not. He was excommunicated by the Jews.
Why are we doing this? I thought we were talking.
Listen.
He reversed
I thought this was
the
not an
truth
interesting
and
topic
told
that we moved on from.
Sinners can't all be saints.
I'm not listening to you, just playing recording. Sorry.
Hey Sully, so what you said? What was your Discord again? Mine is
I'll put it in the chat.
yeah, it's Mystery Evaluator 2626. Yeah, we actually talk about verse battles. Yeah, just to have the time go by.
Hold on, why did I get kicked? Because I'm documenting all the.
Because we don't want to hear you play recordings. That's
Also,
why.
y'all don't want
Don't bring him even up. Oh my god, people have just no desire to talk to intelligent people.
No one.
Why would you not want to talk to smarter people?
Please don't silence.
I would kick half the people off this.
Can I have a same mod? Can I have a same mod that has integrity? Yo, Sully, can I talk to you real quick? Let me ask you a question, Sully, and I'll leave the room after this. So, if I make it
Just move down immediately.
Sully, if I make it clear,
You're a fucking retard,
and
bro.
I just grab the sources to prove this claim,
Alright, I'm just gonna ask you random questions.
why is it that I get kicked?
I just want to see if you're dumb or not.
He's clear.
When did William the Conqueror invade England? What year did that happen?
Scared of the truth.
When did William the Conqueror invade England?
Why don't we just talk about it instead of playing clips or whatever?
Why would you want to hear this, Sully?
So Jacob Frank, he was like a Jewish messiah back in the day, and all his teachings were basically the reverse of what the true teachings of Judaism is and all of that, right? So he was telling people to have sex, eat a lot, all types of shit, man. And pedophilia shit, that's the origins of this shit, right? And look at this, right? And if you want to ask for proof, well, I was saying that and I got kicked, but I'm just gonna tell it how it is. So
Yeah,
this
he's
is
not.
the origins of all of the taboo shit. Now, what did they do? They just climbed up the rankings and they got kicked out of a lot of places, right? Because nobody was fucking with that evil shit. Nobody was fucking with that shit. So that's why we tell y'all,
Okay.
some of these Jewish people.
Yeah. Okay. I'm actually tired of this.
It's as simple as Mein Kampf.
Yeah. Jews bad is not very.
Oh, now you're tired of it. Oh, I'm glad. Oh my god.
Come on, let's hear him out.
I'm sorry. I'm so fucked.
Hours ago, and you thought you had to find.
Stop doing
It's like a child act. It's bad.
fucking playing the refs. It's really.
Yeah, I'm a father. I also can coordinate your professional child act.
You think we should hear from next time? Okay, Okay, so you'd
Both
rather
of you.
which more annoying, a Nazi spreading libel or my petulant child?
You wanna know, like,
More
get in a
what you
fight,
retard.
pick the Nazi or the petulant child. I pick the petulant child.
Yeah, which one is more
I'm telling you,
annoying?
Sam, I pick
Is
the
more
petulant
annoying.
child over the Nazi.
Say both of you. That's not an answer to my question.
You're still a petulant child.
Okay, so then that's why I was trying to stop the Nazi by being the petulant child. Yes, I am, but that means I'm trying to stop the annoying than the Nazi. So you should support it because it's a lesser evil. So shut the fuck up instead.
Hello, moderators. I just want to say, an anti-Semite,
Thank you, Sully. They meant to move me down. But Sully, all I'm doing is sharing history.
You've been given, Mike, we all know what you said, which is too bad, right?
No, it's
Nothing
deep.
loose,
It's
maybe I'm
deeper.
wrong, but I don't think I
Well,
am.
you're cutting me
No, it's not
off,
deeper
so-
than that. You're actually quite a shallow person. I actually think you have the right idea. And I just don't know a lot of people want to hear that. If anyone does, please say something.
It's just an opinion. You can have.
No, it's just opinion.
I-
Your opinion sucks.
You have.
Cat, just shut the fuck up, you worthless retard. Goes away. Go away.
Look at the Jewish man.
You're a worthless
Look
retard
at the.
who stutters.
Yeah, there's all kinds of bad people all around the world. You know, they say about the Christians' crusade, they're killing a lot of people. So, in the name of Christianity, you know, I used to hear that a lot from the Black Hebrew Israelites. So they say, if you are a Christian, you are a bad person because that happened. So, I mean, people do.
Does anybody know what the debate is tonight between Gavin, John, Ehrlichman, and Piper?
No way.
The one debate I root for Piper in. Jesus
That's tonight. Or it could be tonight.
I think so. It's supposed to be Thursday, 8 p.m. Central Time.
Okay.
Sorry, it's
Gavin.
tomorrow. I'm kind of. Okay, isn't it Wednesday?
I don't know why Piper's debating someone with brain damage, but makes sense.
Heck, what? Why the heck would she debate Gavin?
That's what I'm wondering.
Oh, they're debating Gavin? That's funny.
Yeah.
Stop!
It's like your fourth time.
Oh, wow.
Shut the heck up.
That's funny.
This is not even real.
Gavin's hilarious. I love Gavin.
Just to give you guys
Oh,
heads
I
up.
wonder how Frenchie feels about it.
Just to give you guys heads up, Piper is about to be decimated.
Yeah, I mean, Gavin's never lost.
Sure.
Gavin is legally under oath said that he has brain damage, so this was legally.
Yeah, just think how embarrassing it is that Piper
Yeah, Piper loses to that. This is a win-win for
That
me.
would be embarrassing.
Think how embarrassing it's going to be for Piper.
What's the topic? What's the topic?
It's because it wasn't true.
No game.
I've got a feeling Piper knows a lot more than Gavin about physical.
Yeah, you don't even know what the holographic principle is, so that shows how much you know.
Well, that doesn't change the fact that that's the thing Gavin talks about all the time, which was my claim.
Holographic principle just says we're wrong that there's a physical universe which exists, right? Physicalism can't be true if the holographic principle is correct.
Yeah.
Well,
The problem is that Gavin just reads
That's not true.
from
I can remember.
like
okay.
a 10-page rather than explain it in his own words, which I
Oh
don't.
my god. what about the rebuttal? Do they have like a back and forth?
I think it's gonna be 15-minute opening statement, 20 minutes of cross-exam, and then opening dialogue for like half an hour, and then 5-minute closing statements.
Mark, did you hear? Formal debate between Gavin and Piper tonight.
There will be blood.
So it might also just be really boring.
Yeah, probably.
Piper's the Marisma vibes.
You know what? They're remaking another Street Fighter
See, that sounds
movie,
interesting.
and it looks a lot different.
Are you good?
Yeah, like I was confused. Like back in the '90s, I thought Ryu was a American guy. I didn't know he was Japanese. Yeah,
Because the trailer came out.
Oh my god.
yes, man, and they got some.
It looks good. They're
New
competing with
face.
Mortal Kombat. It's Mortal Kombat versus Street Fighter. The 90s all over again.
Oh yeah, freaking. I don't know what happened, but freaking.
Ryu. But like the finish and get over here, all that stuff is like, what's that famous thing from
They didn't necessarily have the best sound card, but like they had iconic characters now. And they got Hayuken. Everyone was Hayuken.
Hadouken?
Yeah,
And Chun Li with the crazy thing. Like, they got good tools. They
Yeah, man, John
sound
Cena.
effects.
Popular.
And Blanca, did you see in the trailer they had a freaking Blanca? You gotta see how they pull off a Blanca. That's ridiculous.
wait, Blanca was a Street Fighter? She was a
Yeah, he was Street Fighter, right? He was the one monster guy they had.
music. Oh, he got the dude with the orange hair.
Yeah, green skin.
Yeah.
Like Hulk, basically.
Is there
Was it Street Fighter or was
That's
it
another
Mortal
one.
Kombat that had the Indian guy with the long arms?
Yeah, that was Street Fighter too. Street Fighter had iconic characters. I can think about it. That with the blades and the mask.
That's
Yeah, exactly.
Zangief or whatever. Or is it?
Zangief, yeah. Crazy Russian
Yes, yeah. But you know, I saw the effects inside. It didn't look. I know what they were trying to do, but like, it's
Yeah,
just.
they were trying to match the video game aesthetics with a lot of iconic shots. I'm like, yeah, that's what cinema's for. Yeah, let's see how they do.
Yeah, it looked pretty cool, but I mean, it's like they're just doing it too much. Like, you know, he don't gotta jump all the way up in the air to do the Hadouken.
Listen, if it looks good, then all is funny.
I'm counting on it to be better than the last Street Fighter. You know, the last.
Right,
Street Fighter.
that one's kind of an embarrassment. It's got campy charm to it.
You know, I can't believe they put Robin Shaw in there, man. I'm like, why would they do? Oh my goodness, man. They making this one look more, you know. See, that's the thing about the video game adaptation films. Like, you know, a lot of these games back in the '90s didn't have. Of course, they didn't have no story to them. So, you know,
Right.
that's why it's so hard.
Well, they're different art forms. That's why there's like a bit of a stereotype of cinema failing to adapt video games. They're good with books or novels or articles or history or old plays. They're good with plays, but like video games, it doesn't translate well yet. And most times they try.
Yeah, because I know the Mortal Kombat, the first Mortal Kombat movie they did was like, I think it was like in the early 1992. Yeah, around 1992 or 98. I might be wrong. No, it was 1999. Yeah, it was the late.
Oh, 99. I didn't realize it was that late. So it came out the same year as The Matrix? Really? You sure?
No, because the
That
Matrix.
feels wrong.
Yeah, the Matrix came out in like 2000.
The Matrix one came out 99, positive.
Who's that?
That one I know came out in 99.
No, the Matrix came out in 2000. No, the Matrix came out in the 2000.
Oh, it's 99. That's cool to see it. I remember it vividly.
The thing is, you probably remember it in 2000 because it wasn't really popular.
99. No, because the freaking they didn't have HD in the 90s.
Came out 99. Our demo
Yeah, 99 they didn't have high definition. They got high definition like in what 2000, yeah.
I love how we're all arguing
Arrow,
this through super
Came out
computers and
99.
have the answers to all of our questions.
Oh yeah, that's you could just look it up. I'm looking at it. Vito, do you think it's terrible that Muslims will kick you out of the room for saying that a woman's deficient in mind, even though it's in their scripture?
Well,
Yeah, it's crazy. Some ladies came off, was a mod, started screaming at me, and I said, I understand that you can't track the conversation because you're deficient in mind. And she kicked me out. I'm like, literally quote their shit to you. It's not in the scripture. Yeah, I mean, it's in the hadith. Yeah, it is hadith. And hadith, the word said by Muhammad that you have to accept the words of the Sahabas. And if it's Sahih, rated strong chain of narration, then you have to accept it. So, yes. It is equivalent to scripture.
Said it was in the scripture, and it's not in the scripture.
It is scripture. It's scripture when it's equivalent to scripture when Muhammad says, you
It's
accept the words of Sahaba.
true. I agree with you. Just
Yes, I know.
as
Yes,
a woman.
Yes, the women are different in minds. I just said women are like the bell curve says otherwise. I mean, there's more at the outliers on the left and right for men, but like you can say women are more emotional, and that's my difference.
What if you
You can say that they're more.
anger as an
You can say when a woman's on her rags and she's bleeding out of her vag, then they're more
You
emotional.
might not.
They're irrational, neurotic.
Yeah, men are
What else can I say about women?
angrier than women, therefore they're more emotional. Because
Have you
anger
heard
is an
anger?
emotion.
Wait, I'm only talking about biological women who can have their
Right.
periods.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Don't
talking
be
about. Do
trans
you think
women,
anger
that's
is
not
an
real women.
emotion? Do you think anger is an emotion?
Like Sasha and Piper are not real women.
Josh, do you think anger is an
Stop being
emotion?
mean, you bitch.
What'd you say?
So mean, bro.
No, that wasn't me. Dargis, it's accurate. I can't wait till Sasha and fucking Piper die, and then they excavate their bones, and they're like, "Oh, this is a biological."
Do you think they think that? Oh, it's gone. Never mind. All right.
Thank you. He's a lunatic.
There's a lot. We've had a lot of lunatics today.
I know. What did I get up to? Who's
I
yours?
didn't think it was a full moon.
You guys let Agamemnon get away with saying some bullshit about the holographic crystal.
Why? What is he saying?
Full moon's not for another 9 days.
I know. So why are all the crazies out now, Rabbi?
That is
How the hell do I know?
physicalism.
It's pre.
Well, I don't know. At least there's some order in this room. Like when it was really bad when I got in here.
Did you figure out what objective means, Sam?
Independent of minds.
Yeah, I think that's a stupid answer. I think that's a dumb answer.
What evidence?
Okay, when humans made that definition, it's not objective.
No, I would say the following.
It's our subjective definition of objectivity, no?
Yeah, that's exactly right. We
So,
decide
definition.
what's objective. Right?
We don't decide what's objective. We make a definition and then see
Who decides what's objective then? Who's the judge?
My God, Caleb, you know.
Here's what I think actually, Sam. Right? I think it's like this. When I'm talking about look, a mountain exists whether or not anyone sees it, right? That we might say is objective. But the way we describe it is stance dependent, right? and requires an agreement and so therefore the agreement will be what we call objective in that sense.
That's wrong.
No?
There are certain things where whether they're true or false depends on people's attitudes about whether they're true or false, right? And those are subjective or stance-dependent propositions, right? And that's it's kind of just like stance-dependence, my independence, whatever. Those definitions are confusing.
Yeah, try this sentence. Let's see if you agree with this. Even if objective truths are stance independent in themselves, we might say like metaphysically, our ability to identify, describe, and understand them is always stance dependent. You might call that epistemically.
No, I wouldn't say it that way.
Okay.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but it's just kind of, I think it ends up confusing the concept.
It's not how he's using it. You know, Caleb, who else had a huge problem with objectivity and subjectivity? Abnormal. Because he was arguing for beauty is objective. It took a few hours, but he kept to himself.
No, I mean, again, like if you want to say that there are some kind of standards of beauty, those would be decided upon.
No, Etu, not you. You can't be doing this, Caleb. This has to be a Jewish thing.
Duh.
Wouldn't you say that like Citizen Kane is objectively more beautiful than Dude, Where's My Car?
Dude, Where's My Car movie I ever walked out of?
I prefer the novel. It's a lot better.
It's very sad. Yeah, this is starting to sound like you talk about trans or gay people so much, you must be secretly gay or trans loving. But that's not a new generation. Argument. That's what this is starting to sound like. No. It's starting to sound like that from I would say.
Back in the day.
Did you guys talk about how
drivers are on the highway? Thank you.
No, there's not. Wait, I have something to add. Is important, okay? There was this chick, she caught her man on Grindr, talking to trannies, okay? And so she asked the man what he was doing, and he said he was going to rob them. And so my question is, what's worse? Your man's robbing the trannies or meeting up with them to sleep with them?
I think it's worse that you believe that he's going to rob them. Because I don't think that is what is the masculine thing to say, but it doesn't, I would never believe, that doesn't make sense. There's so many people you can rob, but he choosing to rob the tranny that you're flirting with to get, no, that man is interested in trannies. Into what somebody said, into what somebody said earlier, I definitely, I definitely think you have a point there. But there's two types of people, right? There's the ones that are going out and trying to look like these images of men that men are pushing forward, like that's what they're meant to look like. And then there's a group of women that see this and are like, okay, like at the end of the day, it's the reality that woman body, and I think this is a real thing, the woman's body naturally, as is the 80s women, the women with right, the proper, their curves, not these ridiculously created curves. Like, it's to women, that is, oh my God, the antibodies is. The real woman's body, we got guys out here that are saying they don't, literally, when you say, how do we know? Because, like, they say it. At this point, women, we have such power that we can just sit on our ass, sit back, and listen. Why? Because they're going to tell you. They're telling you they didn't like women.
Yeah.
Curious to know
They're telling you.
what good works you were doing.
Hold on,
In,
we can't say it like that because he knows he's prescribed to not.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What are you making, an omelet this morning?
Are you talking to me or are you talking to someone on Clownhouse?
No, I just had to turn the volume down on the other phone.
Oh, I'm uncovering some more stories and some blur fights and police reports and all that kind of stuff. But the reason I'm calling you is, you actually think the elections are real?
What was that?
You actually believe the elections are real?
No, I think that the database somehow is using the registration roll. Like you said, it's like programmatic. It's like they're using software, yeah.
No, I think it's a centralized program, and they're like, just like because it's the art of fraud. Because you have to kind of make it look cool, and it doesn't look natural if you get 0 votes, right? Because you would have voted for yourself. And so I think it's just a total computer election program.
I don't know. My numbers seem real to me though, and Joe's at 900 because. Well, actually, if you look,
it could be more or less, and that's just a guess. I think it's my 100. No one. I only told 5 people I was running. How the fuck did I get 126 votes? I didn't tell me I was running. I tweeted about it after the election.
yeah, you got thousands of followers though. That's
what?
You got thousands of followers in Cook County.
9% vote.
But the
one 50% of those are Democrat Party.
The Max Solomon one is like the giveaway though. There's no
That's
way.
what I'm saying.
No way. No
way. Freaking way. No, but I just know from because I used to cook numbers when I was Democrat operative in 2007 at statute of limitations. I could talk about it, but that's kind of the art. Is we were faking polls, and you gotta you can't if we're faking a poll for Dan Seals in this case, and I want to show that he was running in a primary against blank on the girl's name, Julie Amos. He wants to show that he's up by 6%. If I said the polling says he's up 90-10, that doesn't look believable. Everyone's like, what the heck? It's it's reverse. And so you intentionally try to get it close. And if you show that in the Max Solomon case that 20,000 people were smart enough to write in a Max, but none of them chose me, that just looks bad. So I think they threw me 126 to just artistically it makes more sense. And same with you and Jolly. I think your write-in is to prove that Jolly are legit. And we might have gotten somewhere. The way I think the program works is they say, here's the number, because you can do this electronically. And you say, here's what we want the results to be. If the result, because you're feeding the shit into the machine, if the results are too far out of bounds, it then start doing voter switch. That's a very easy thing to program. Say, hey, we need the outcome to be 55-45, margin of error 3%. If your tabulations are too far out of bounds, start doing switches. And I think that shit happens out of sight. There's to actually hack on election day, you'd have to have someone at these schoolhouses with a laptop, internet connection, and white vans. I don't think that's happening. I do think there is some manual voter fraud. Because when I voted, and when you were an election judge, this time I fucked up when I was doing the write-in. I forgot to write in Joe or something. I forgot. So I asked for another ballot. And they're like, sure. And they're all just kids, lazy, don't care. And I could have grabbed the whole stack. And I could have had someone like you or me be an election judge and just every time someone's not looking, just launder into ballots. No one would know. But, yeah. But there's an Aaron Delmar blackmail scam. I'm not sure if we talked about that. That's my next article.
So there's supposedly 600,000 plus voters in the 16 districts. 600,000 plus. Only supposedly 90,000 people voted. So that's like it's like a 18% turnout.
Yes, that makes sense.
I mean, I think my number at 110 lasts the districts that didn't accept me as a
Okay, that's real. That's a very impressive number. That many people went out of their fucking way, because like most people don't vote for that election. There's 30 different elections going on. So for those 100 whatever people to go out of their way to write in John Kitover is very impressive.
Yeah.
But I think it's a computer number. You could have gotten more or less. You could have gotten 200. You could have gotten 50. You could have gotten. We know you didn't vote for you.
So what they do is if it's a write-in candidate, it doesn't get scanned in. That means they have to manually look at the ballot, whether it's a printout from the digital or it's a hand paper, and then they have to tabulate and literally hand count 110 across all the counties, collate that, transmit that to the Illinois state. So it's like there's just no credibility. There's no transparency.
Who's doing all this? There's no How do we know that? Like, I'm really pissed off. I can't prove that one, I voted for me. Because I think it says I got 0 votes for U.S. Senate. I voted for me. How is that possible?
We need a ledger. We need like an unbreakable. We need an unbreakable ledger. Like this is. This is just
every ballot needs like a receipt. Every fucking thing needs to say I can go back.
Yeah,
my receipt.
We need a double accounting entry system.
It's not a Fourth Amendment issue. I want to see my ballot. See my ballot to make sure that my vote was counted correctly. That's not a Fourth Amendment issue. They can suck my dick. But regardless.
I love how Christine Maxwell and everybody's like the hottest new thing in politics is Max Solomon, a schizophrenic, homeless person.
Just totally bugging out. Were you there when he said he wanted to subpoena me? That was hysterical.
Oh my god.
I was being nice to him, and he's like, why don't you drop your case? I'm like, there's 2 cases on you, like, you know. He's like, oh. I'm like, I'm not even doing it. I just put my name on it. You know, someone else is paying for this. And he's like, I'm gonna subpoena you. I can't talk to you. I'm gonna subpoena you. And I'm like, you are such a fucking clown. Did you hear his story that he did before Ashley Ramos?
Mm-hmm.
So he claims he had enough signatures for governor, and Ashley Ramos told me she believes this, that he was carrying her signatures because he was her lawyer, you know, and he was going to submit them to Springfield, say we're a trip, and he claims that his car hit a deer, and all the a bunch of his signatures and her signatures burned up somehow. Isn't that wild? And so Ashley Ramos got kicked off the ballot, and she believes that shit. That he hit a deer and his car blew up. John? Hello?
I'm here. So what was your Aaron Del Mar blackmail scandal?
Oh, so Dave Pritchard is the guy that ran for Palatine GOP, and has been a long-time Aaron Del Mar hater. Has been a big-time Illinois Review record leaker. And he was one of the very few success stories. He beat Aaron Del Mar's guy 2-1, like 70-30. And so he beat Aaron Del Mar's guy. Dave Pritchard was running for the 5th District State Central Committee. And he said he wanted to remove Aaron Del Mar is a stain that must be removed from the Illinois Republican Party, is his quote.
Wow.
And so he's running against Del Mar. It's him, Ken Jokum, a wheeling guy, and Del Mar running. And so I talked to Ken. Him and Ken made a deal, saying, hey, we'll just vote for one of us will drop out. Del Mar will be gone. We have enough votes. Pritchard had 18% of the vote. Ken Jokum had 15. They had enough votes. And everyone thought it's all over. Aaron Del Mar's going to lose. Then day of, Dave Pritchard decides to vote present, and Del Mar wins. And everyone was wondering why. What happened, Dave? What had happened was, after the primary, Dave Pritchard goes to the Palatine office. Because Aaron might have been blackmailing or has some deal with the Palatine GOP office. Because the rank was going to go from 1,000 to 2,800. And he lost the election, so he's like, fuck off, Dave. Pack your shit. And so Dave is going to the office late at night to retrieve his stuff. And then the guy, Aaron's puppet, the guy he ran against, this guy named George, who's like he's like in his 50s, 60s, but is very strong. And Dave is like a retired, like a very like tubby, out of shape. You're the one that said he had a deviated septum, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, you saw the video, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So then the next day so then out of nowhere, the guy that got arrested decided to vote president. And then the allegation is that Aaron called him up and said, "Hey, we'll drop the charges if you let me win."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then the other one that I'm talking to Shia Kapos later today, because if you look at her playbook article she wrote about Aaron, it's the biggest fucking joke. She wrote like she releases a 5 days a week newsletter, Politico, and it's just about everything going on politically. And the title of today's article is like Aaron Delmar, the fighter.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like the biggest puff piece about how great a person he is, and he's doing things different for Bailey. And she knows all the bad shit about Aaron, covers up for him all the time. And my other journalist friend says he's working on a expose on Politico in general, because apparently, like in other states, like the journalists will either work for a staff or get paid and then do favorable press. So I'm trying to see if there's something there too. So I'm gonna talk to that journalist. He's gonna call me.
Did you look at the Darren Bailey numbers versus like Ted Dabrowski and?
Yeah, it was really funny.
So like based on those numbers, you could statistically forecast Pritzker's victory. Like they don't stand a numerical chance.
No, of course not. They'd have to win like every independent and then clone them a couple times. and then so the clone them and independent clones show the vote.
Bro, that video of Aaron Delmar acting as Darren
And then
Bailey's.
barbecue chicken sandwich, everything on it. Thank you. Which are you talking about with the slapping the ketchup?
Yeah, dude. Like, could you be any gayer and weirder and like?
Shy Capo says he's a fighter. He's a fighter.
Like, how the fuck Darren must be being black.
Have you ever done cocaine? I've never done cocaine, so I have no frame of reference.
I don't like cocaine, and I don't like the way.
So you've done it before. So you have a frame of reference, so.
I have a frame of reference to association with that chemical.
I've done Adderall before. I think I was diagnosed to, but I heard it's very similar, Adderall and Coke, but Coke's more intense. Is that correct?
No, actually, I would say that Adderall is far more of a powerful
No,
stimulant.
quick though. I heard like Coke is like an hour and like Adderall like 8 hours.
No. It's pretty instantaneous, but there's different types of Adderall. There's the instant release.
No, I'm talking about the lasting effects, like once it hits your system. Am I wrong? I heard Coke is like it hits you fast and it's out fast, and that's why they're always doing it all the time. I could be wrong. I said I've never done it. Doesn't matter. No point. So point being is that it's a lot of. I think a lot of it is just from my dealing with people that were cokeheads, whatever, got better. Is it seems like when you're cocaine, you're delusional, and it's just everything is success, and I want more, and I'm a brilliant. And Max, I have the funniest joke ever. I have the greatest idea. We're gonna take over the world, like that kind of shit.
Yeah, for sure. It creates euphoria.
But delusion, right?
Yeah.
Like you temporarily think it's like a good idea to get in a fight right now, or like.
Yeah.
Do more coke.
Yeah, it's definitely like you become like a rabbit bouncing around, uncontrollable. It's because it's all just chemical enhancement. The brain just starts over acting. Yeah.
But that's how Aaron to me seems. Like he's just like coked out and like thinking like in his mind thinks what he's doing is like brilliant.
I agree.
And that's why he's like, and Shy's a piece of shit. He's like lied about he said Kristen Mitchell's gay. And then did you see that fake quoting me about Brandon Johnson? Brandon, he posted a quote of Brandon Johnson being like, "I hate white people," like that kind of thing. He never said it. He just made up a race baiting quote. But to me, that's like some cokey shit where he just saw that and he's like, "Oh, awesome, haha." And then he doesn't have a team, so he just goes straight to the Facebook or Twitter. But
yeah. Anyways, they're losers. He's a loser, and it's just so funny how like one loser, can control the whole thing because there's just like no way to stop somebody's malicious like
in the land
personal
of the
activity.
blind, the man with one eye is king.
Yeah, it's like how does one guy just keep managing to control everything? And it's really just because of his environment. It's the people around him.
No, it's alpha. I think if you or I wanted to do that, we could do the same. We just don't want that. He's like this in the world where no one has balls, the man with one testicle is king. Facts. In the land of the castrato, the man with a single nut is king.
Yeah, I think it's so funny how he's like showing Darren and his wife around. It's like they're the real losers because they don't know they're getting played by this loser who's using them.
He's blackmailed them. I don't believe it. They don't know.
Could you imagine?
Most of my medical negative articles about Darren came from the Darren Bailey shit you were talking about last campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Darren Bailey was the first one to criticize him publicly for the blackjack and hooker stuff, showgirl. Because Aaron Delmar was the lieutenant governor candidate against his opponent, Gary Raycroft.
Mm.
So Darren knows, but I think so I wrote a whole article, and it basically was a huge fight because basically Darren Bailey's team was throwing a party with Aaron's team, and there was like teenagers there, and they were drinking, and DeVore's ex-girlfriend got in a fight with her, and the cops were called, yada yada yada. Anyways, there was a lot of like incidents of like drinking and teens. Bailey had two gay youth, two like gay young men who are like flamers now, like possibly three. Not even including the Greg Horton guy who like there's rumors on, but not confirmed. But the other two are like just very flamers, and they were Bailey employees. And then there were some party guys, and so
that's where the blackmail's coming in because
he's just saw one time.
So Bailey, you think Bailey's bisexual and a swinger?
Well, he seems so gay, but like even if he's not gay, it's just reasonable to say that like Aaron could have snapped one picture, get one comment of him saying something off color, you know. But I think Darren's gay. Do you think so?
He seems like Liberace gay.
He seems so gay. Like I don't think he's bi.
Oh well, he's got fucking kids. I mean, a lot of gay men get married and have families. You know.
That doesn't. I mean. You're just sticking it in.
I'm just saying, like when it comes to Aaron Delmar even getting the position. Yeah, I mean, but anyways, this is the funniest thing is it's like they know.
I could do the same thing though, because like you or I, if we were bad people, I could just call Bailey, like, hey Bailey, I'm letting the world know you're fag. I want you to give me $5,000. I want you to like.
It's not.
For my Congress campaign, and you would do it.
See, if you're blackmailing somebody, you're basically like on good terms with that person because they've agreed to essentially join your evil conspiracy. Like they're like, fuck it.
It's mostly mutually assured destruction. It's usually not blackmail. It's usually like a wink.
Yeah, I would say the MAD theory is more accurate. You know.
That's what I mean. That's the same. It's just kind of like when I say demonic, I mean evil. You know. When I say pig, I have a lot of phrases I use there catch-alls. But yeah, what I mean is more like implied blackmail. Like imagine if we would have like really did some shit that imagine we like really partied hard, you know, and like we stole something.
All right, I gotta get going, but enjoy your sandwich. I'll call you later today.
All right, sounds good, man.
Okay, bye. Hello?
There's a story, I forgot how it goes, but he was basically going to pray at their grave, you know, and Muhammad told him, no, you're not going to pray towards your, this is for all these pets.
For the record, I love that you said no offense, not. I just take you to cats in the neighborhood. I don't have it in my house. I'm just the neighborhood cat colonel, okay? Unofficial neighborhood cat colonel.
That's wonderful, Ryan. That's amazing.
Listen. Dr. Adams has a fair point, which is that we really should limit every 4 legs of the animal that you bring to your house. It should be every 1,000 square feet.
Oh.
I happen to agree with Keegan
probably 3.5 years. That
Right.
is just amazing. Ain't got good.
What a great idea. I never even thought about it that way.
It's 12:03. That'd be a huge.
So like if you're living in a studio, if you're living in a studio that's like 450, you can have a bird, right? You can have a fish. You can have 40 fish. I don't care. But once you start putting these cats and dogs, you better have 1,000 square feet for each cat and dog you got.
Vera, what's going on with the water from above? Any fix on that?
Oh, it's done. They fixed it. Doesn't happen anymore.
amazing.
They completely fixed it. Fucking finally. I'm very happy to hear about it too.
Good.
Good. I know. I'm gonna send them a gift basket or something.
Because it's not even just a problem in apartments, right? It's a problem in even my community where there'll be a house with 2,000 square feet and they got 14 dogs and 10 cats. And they just live outside. And I got a problem with that. I want to kill them.
Yeah, because it's the water runoff from it. Runoff from it is toxic. No, I completely agree with Keegan on that. There's a lot of people that have hoarding problems in general, but once they start throwing animals in there, it can turn it into a neighborhood public health.
You do realize when Keegan says he wants to kill innocent animals, that's a Ted Bundy type of statement. That's a sociopathic, psychopathic intention. Congratulations, Keegan. You win Psycho Clubhouse Award of the Day.
Keegan, please don't kill the animals. I hope you don't have a.
Listen, I'm not actually going to kill them, but I want to. I want to, but I'm not going to. There's a difference on acting on it or thinking about it, right? These are intrusive thoughts that I'm saying out loud. So.
Let him vent. Let him vent. Let us be a therapist. I would rather vent than act.
Right. You got it. Let it out, sir. Just let it out. Get off that chest, man.
How about rabid cat get you, Keegan?
Don't forget your power, white boy.
Rabbit.
Listen, about 2 years ago, I was mowing my lawn, and a little chihuahua ran up on me and started barking at me. Now, was I scared? No. Was I fearful? Did I hurt it? No. But was I annoyed? And did I have to grab it and have it bark at me while I carry it back to the house that it came from? Right?
You thought about raising the 2 wheels of that lawnmower.
I thought about it. I truly did. I really thought that this would just be an easy little solution, but I didn't do it.
Keegan, he was probably running for his freedom. Shit.
And you're probably right. I probably returned to a bad spot.
Yeah, next time let him free like Amistad. Give us free.
That was the right thing to do, Katie. Just pick him up and return him home. That was smart.
I picked it up by the fat of its neck though, and I carried it like it was like a grocery bag that was leaking. I mean, he was pulling that about it.
This eating will get violent. You'll get a little bit of census to just make a lot of noise. Unlike short guys, right?
The Los Angeles Fleet Week is happening May 22nd through 25th, if anyone's close and cares.
if you have a cat, now if your cat's already been declawed and you're just like it's a rescue or whatever, I don't care. But if you have a cat and you declawed your cat, you are inhumane and you don't deserve to live, in my opinion.
Of course. That's awful. Don't deserve to live.
Yes, you don't deserve to live. We should declaw you.
I mean, maybe that's fair. They should lose the tips of their fingers, but yeah, they got little cats now. There's no excuse. I did.
Are you fucking ladies retarded? We kill 2,000 babies in this country a day. Maybe you got your priorities upside down. Cat paws versus baby heads? Hello?
Talking about earlier about we're obligated to have activations and be protesting against every little bitty thing that we can't even protest about multiple things at this point.
Yeah, John, do you know what moving the goalpost is? That's what you just did. You moved the goalpost. We weren't talking about babies. You brought up babies.
We were talking about babies earlier, actually, like kids and shit, little girls. So.
You know, I love it when people say like you have to be connective or sequential in communication, meaning that like if I move the goalpost, to call me out on moving the goalpost when there's no, you know, prior conditions that you can't move goalposts. It's like that's still a nothing burger to say, oh, you're moving a goalpost.
Okay, great. So y'all did nothing. Great. Thanks for
You care about the babies, John, but why don't you care about the children in Palestine, John? What the hell's wrong with you?
First of all, there's no such place as Palestine. There's this place called Israel. And secondly, I am concerned about all murder, not just baby murder. Hello?
Okay, we're moving the goalposts. Just I can't even keep up.
And not anything else. Like, it doesn't make sense what you're saying.
But all I know is they keep cutting down trees in Brazil. Amazonian trees that have been around forever, cutting them down daily en masse.
Do you know underneath the Amazon rainforest is the oldest living creature on planet Earth? Do you know, and they're immortal. Do you know what that creature is?
No, what is that?
I really just think or what?
Termites, actually.
Oh, termite queens are so scary. They lay like one egg every, I think, what is it, like one egg every like 3 seconds or something, just for their entire lives. No, that's too much. I don't know. This was a few weeks ago. I said that I was at the gas station, you know those little ads, and there was like a little factoid. It was like the oldest living land animal was some turtle, 192-year-old turtle, and I forget its name. A week later, I saw that he died. Like, that's crazy. So he's dead. Yeah, I think the oldest animal in general that we've ever found was some kind of clam that ended up being like 500 years old or something. Wow.
Yeah, I'm not for cutting the trees down in Brazil.
God, could you imagine what that clam tastes like in some butter with some garlic and a little bit of lemon?
Probably pretty crusty.
Yeah, like I can only imagine. Yeah, because you know they. Oh God, I can only imagine.
I just learned the other day how large Brazil is. Like Brazil is almost as big as the United States. I didn't realize that. Do they have like states in Brazil? Like
Yeah, they have all those things, counties and states and large cities and rural areas, and even you know that Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, has more diverse restaurants than New York City.
Interesting.
Very interesting. Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about moving to Paraguay. I was just thinking about it. Nothing more.
You know, I figured out how to use some of these Waymos to my advantage. If I'm trying to make like a right turn and traffic is just coming and I just see a Waymo and then just inch out and then it stops.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, I mean, I love these things.
I miss being in India. I haven't visited since 2013.
You say India?
Yeah.
Where in India do you go though?
Usually on the west side.
Oh,
And some rural places here and there, but mostly on the west side. Yeah.
what kind of shit do you like to do there?
Well, usually it's family.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, I see it then.
Yeah. But there's a lot to do there.
Isn't that where that big ring is? You know what I'm talking about, the cars?
They're around car ring? What are you talking about?
It's like this big old car cylindrical fucking infrastructure that cars will go, they drive sideways, right?
I don't know what sideways, but there's a highway that's like sort of like a ring.
No. Okay, let me show you. Hold on, let me show you.
If you come close to the wall, touch your hands to the bend, and stretch your body like this, then your hip flexors and...
Italian food in India is so cute. I like that.
We'll see this.
No, seriously, like I personally don't like Indian food at all. So like if I ever went to India, because I would like to see Taj Mahal. If I ever went to India, I would just like to know if I could get Italian food.
Most likely, probably in the best cities you can get it.
Oh yeah, they have like Olive Garden, right? Or something.
Mostly,
Oh,
yeah, they have Olive Garden in Bahrain too. Abu Dhabi,
They have
Bahrain.
McDonald's, then they have all of them.
McDonald's, yeah.
See, I don't have a problem with that. Like, I really don't have a problem with like, yeah.
What do they do? Curry pasta?
I haven't been to an Italian restaurant in
Oh, so you can still get like normal like American food.
Yeah. We usually don't mix pasta with Italian food.
Usually like hamburgers and stuff, you know.
Hamburgers are tough.
Yeah.
If you go to
That's a hit or miss in some other countries.
That's true.
Most states in India don't allow
You eat shit out of chicken.
Oh yeah, you can't eat cows, or some places, right? They don't eat cows.
There's only one place. I know there's one state. There's a Kerala if you go to the southwest. Yeah.
So then that's why I mentioned Italian food, because that's one of those things where it doesn't really offend too many cultural delicacies.
And we have Chinese food. We have Indo-Chinese fusion too. Yes. The food is good in India, that's for sure.
Album was hard to find.
What do you guys think's gonna happen? Do you think you guys is gonna become like Russia, like censored and everything?
No, I think in 2 years we're gonna get a new president, and some things are gonna change, and the world's gonna sensationalize it, and we're just gonna live amongst it and hope for the best.
You do realize that if Kamala Harris would have won, it would have become a closed society. We were living under censorship, and if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz became president, everyone would have been issued a vaccine ID tracker. It would have gone digital, not paper, so there could be a full accounting that everyone is mass vaccinated with an experimental mRNA spike protein gene modifier. You do realize Kamala Harris would have ushered in the end of America. Donald Trump is liberating America. Kamala Harris is a domestic terrorist. She should be arrested along with hundreds of other corrupt politicians. Hello?
I think we'll go Trump, that's for sure. I don't understand the job. Definitely, it's a lot of demands, but I have a favorable view of Trump. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know what I can do? I can still go on the internet and speak freely now. X has been bought by Elon. Meta has de-restricted. Zuckerberg is no longer a protean fascist, vaccinologist. hosting a Dr. Fauci. Maybe he learned he was scammed by Dr. Fauci, Dr. Birx, Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, Operation Warp Speed. Yes, Donald Trump may have delivered it to us, but he didn't create it. That was created at the Pentagon in conjunction with Pfizer and other military industrial war research. But Kamala Harris and what was happening with the censorship, it would have been total communication lockdown control, full vaccination. It would have been a horrible nightmare.
Yeah, would have been, would have, should have, but it didn't.
Yeah, I agree with you. And here's the thing: like California has its culture and its things with technology, but that doesn't mean the entire U.S. needs to bow down to what I mean. That's why I agree with you. And that was actually my concern too. After post 9/11, I was like, shoot, I have all these tech giants in California. What's going to happen? So here I'm in Michigan, by the auto industry, and using embedded systems and not like operating systems. So something's going on.
I am back once again.
Welcome back.
Hey, girl.
Thank you.
Everyone having a nice drink of water.
Yes, drink your water. I'm actually going to walk. I'm going to go move my derriere.
That's a great idea.
I think I'm going to start going to the pool at lunch, y'all.
That's a great idea.
Right?
Yeah. It's great for you. All body activation.
Yes.
We're gonna get you to swimming pool.
I think the swimming pool is exactly what I need every day for lunch.
Have you heard of a sliver pool?
A sliver pool? I don't know.
It's mainly for people who are swimmers, like Olympic swimmers, but it's a sliver of pool. It doesn't take that much space, and you can pull.
Like swim laps?
Yeah, well, not laps. It pushes water at you. So it's like a constant. You're swimming against the pressure, but you're not really moving. Like that. It's called we call it a sliver pool, but it probably has a technical term.
That's like a swimming trainer, type of Olympic trainer or something.
Yeah.
Cool.
Made of wood.
Is it really?
Yeah, a little bit from both. Yeah, that's where you get your slivers from.
I'm going to start walking to the pool every day for lunch. I think it's a great way to break up the workday.
I wish I was swimming right now.
Why don't you try doing some basic yoga moves like a hip stretch, rotation, hamstring pull? You gotta move that body. Take some deep breaths. Don't just go to the pool and drink a cocktail. Can't drink on the job,
I want to get sunshine. I want to get vitamin C and vitamin K and
breath work, girl.
Yes, I want to do some breath work.
Love that.
It's a great lunch, and I work from home, so I don't have to worry about coming home and jumping in the shower real quick.
That's good. That's a good breath. And keeping fit is good. Do it more. We should all do it. Actually,
we should all be a little more fit. Yeah, exactly. We should all be a little more fit.
So doing it. That is how I'm gonna spend my summer, y'all.
Yeah, I walked a little bit yesterday. That's all I got right now, but I'm gonna walk more today.
I'm gonna start Monday. I want to give the pool just a few more days to warm up with these warm days.
I'm going full hot bath with my aquatic system at my house. It's gonna be freaking
nice.
What do you got? What are you doing?
Well, it's something a Walt Disney would be real proud of.
Is it like landscaped or something? Or is it
like a gas chamber? What is it?
Stop!
Walt Disney was anti-Semitic. That was a joke.
You're just derailing. Anyways.
I think I'm gonna stop being a chronic sufferer of idiot fatigue. I think I'm gonna stop.
I went to Claremont College. It's the university my friend, she's a librarian at. And she does like archival shit. It's a very beautiful university or college or whatever. And there's a bunch of, it's like multiple colleges. Like there's a men's college, a women's college, and then some others. But anyways, the campus itself had so many fountains and water features and just these botanical areas enclosed in like the Spanish style of the facade and all that jazz. But rose bush, it was just so gorgeous. I was taking so many pointers for when I get my forever home. I'm gonna have like a promenade and I'm gonna have flowers and roses and vines.
I love this.
Cherry trees and grapevines. Oh, I can't wait.
It's the vines for me. Like that. Me too. I love vines. Okay, so my brain is. I'm sorry. I'm not to digress. I'm just worried about my hair turning green. Is there something I can creatively put on my hair to keep it from turning green and pink?
Yeah, you wash with purple shampoo. Actually, you get purple shampoo, you put it a little bit in your conditioner, so you have like a soft in your conditioner. And it'll take out the brassiness. I would also wear a hair cap. I actually wear hair caps all the fucking time.
I don't like to wash my hair every day. That's the only other big pain in the ass. Dealing with stuff every day. But that takes me less than 5 minutes to wash. So that's 10 minutes of my lunch hour. How long do you think I gotta swim for it to be physically beneficial? At least a half hour, right?
No, like 10 minutes, especially if you're just starting out, if you're not like a strong swimmer and you're just.
I am a strong swimmer.
Okay,
I am a strong swimmer though.
Okay, then maybe, I guess like 15 minutes. You just gotta get your body moving.
I would say half an hour is good. If you just cut the last maybe like do like a certain amount of
It's only way I'm proud to join with Christians across the country.
Okay, so yeah. Yeah, girl, test your body. See what works for you.
You could probably do like the pool and sauna after or something. Like kind of mix it up.
Very funky shape. It's kind of like a, that's a great photo. Oh yeah. Oh, so you can do like a little from here to there to there to here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a beautiful pool.
Yeah, it's plenty to get a good enough workout in and be like all the freak over it. And then
Just
20
doggy
minutes.
paddle.
20 minutes to shower and clean up. So okay.
Doggy paddle, keep your hair
Right.
dry.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a nice pool.
Well, I think it's really good that you're doing that. I actually want to start martial arts. I didn't know that. Well, maybe jiu-jitsu. But I think I will start with maybe like something else.
Thank losses, can
I'll do my Wing Chun I'll entertain Taekwondo. I don't know. Well, then later on I'll go to jiu-jitsu.
I just want y'all to be the best version of yourselves.
Me too. Me too.
And speaking of working out, Liberty, you started bouldering, huh? You did a boulder sesh. Tell me what you thought.
Yeah, I've been bouldering for like a couple weeks now. It's like, it's like the most fun exercise I've ever done.
Oh my god, I'm so happy for you. That's fabulous.
Yeah, my second favorite way to exercise is racquetball. But racquetball is like so cardio intense where like you feel like you're gonna throw up, you know, when you haven't been in it for a while. So the nice thing about bouldering is it's like you can kind of go at your own pace.
Right, you can take nice constant breaks.
What's up, Greg?
It's really nice. I'm happy.
What's up? Oh, yeah.
I'm always surprised though, like how long
What's up, Rafi?
just sitting
What's up,
in
guys?
the bowling gym.
Yeah, just sitting there, just trying to get your life back together, right?
I didn't notice I wasn't mic'd.
Cause I don't do that. Like when I go, maybe it's because I'm a newbie, but I'm just like, I'm here to climb, I'm gonna climb. I'm just like, I climb one and then I climb another one, I climb another one. Like these other people, I'm like, they just sit there for like 20 minutes talking to things or whatever.
Are they like you though? They're like slender and they probably maybe have like, some weight on them. It's difficult for me because, I have a little body on me and all that jazz and I have like little arms and stuff. So when I try to boulder, I do need to take a little bit of break here because oh my god, my hands are so red and oh all my arms and
Yeah,
stuff. I'm
it's like built for bouldering, you know, where it's like
this is you, girl.
it's like really long arms, long legs, like no 0% body fat, you know.
Yeah, this is your
You're a joke.
Have you tried the jump climbing and all that jazz where you have to
Sure,
leap
riding.
from one handle to another handle? Have you tried
Researching.
doing things like that yet?
Other than to the extent to when I went to Sky Zone once. No.
Sky Zone, yeah.
But I would the one thing I wish I had near me is like an American Ninja Warrior gym.
Evidence.
I would love that, to be able to like swing around and climb on things and do the warp wall and all that.
Try a bungee room too if they have those. The one they have here in New Jersey, they have, you can like suspend and then jump into like trampolines and shit. It's fun.
What they have, I mean, I don't know if it's near you, but they have like LA Fitness and what is Lifetime. They have both of those have those like walls you can climb.
Equinox too. Yeah, we had one on ours. But when you go to a rock climbing gym, you know what I'm saying? When there's just so many different styles of climbing, it's really fun. But it is a lot of chilling. So go there and expect to chill, you know?
I don't have shit for lunch. I guess I'm having ramen noodles and some fried eggs.
Not the ramen noodles.
Yeah. Are you guys doing the whole thing with like saving for a rainy day type of thing? Like, you know, for like 3 or 6 months of food and stuff?
Like, no, I don't have the space for that.
Yeah, no, me either. Not food.
Yeah, I don't have the space for that. It would be nice, but you know, it's just not reality for a lot of people.
The man of the creator said the storyboard elections for media implement a double entry counting system. All votes against systematic election fraud. All votes to be corrected into receipts for auditing and authentication.
Now that you have the ultimate shield, the Cook Island.
I figure I can use them to borrow too.
I want plans too.
I have some questions about the seeds because
Lover boy.
in my experience, seeds don't last very long. Like if depending on the seed, you know, like spinach, for example, like if my spinach seed packet is 2 years old, I'm throwing that thing away. Like there's no way any of those are good, you know?
Oh, see, I read up on that, Liberty, and it says to keep them in the refrigerator.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure that helps, but I'm also just like, I don't know, I think when I actually put myself in the perspective of like,
says that 79-year-old John Avonshire was found dead last night in the Durham Martin Nature Preserve in Lake Forest. Last week, he was charged with possessing child pornography. She owned that home alone house rather during the movie's filming in the 1990s. An autopsy is scheduled for today.
For the most, I would say, for the most of the first like 3 to 6 months of that world, you would survive primarily off of raiding, like raiding old grocery stores, raiding warehouses, like.
Yes.
Do
you know what Texas, Florida?
If I was gonna stockpile anything, I would.
Hi, I'm Troy Aikman. In live entertainment, Venue is a winning team. That's why I
Seeds
invested.
are important to
Fire-
the benefit in both of them. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I know
Sweet for
seeds are
triple
not
net.
an immediate fix, but
real-
I feel like that would be a long-term.
I would steal Z-Packs. I would go straight to the clinic and steal Z-Packs crazy. Like, all
You're
of them.
right.
Antibiotics.
Yes,
All of them.
Yeah.
Find me.
I feel like in that situation, like.
China just
F. Kennedy Jr. was on Capitol Hill Wednesday, where he was.
You already have a huge garden plot. You already have like meat rabbits. You already have a population of chickens with a rooster. Like in that situation, you're going to be okay. You know, like because you already are kind of in a cycle where you probably already have food canned. You already have rabbits that are ready to give birth. You know, like I just I feel like if you're it's true that they don't take up much space and there's really nothing wrong with saving heirloom seeds. But I would say if it would probably, I don't know if you do a lot of gardening, but I feel like it would be beneficial to at least practice, gardening them to make sure that you know
Yes.
how to do it.
I want to grow my own herbs this year. Like in little flower boxes.
Because I was shook by how hard.
You better get those seeds in the ground. You ain't gonna have enough time.
Wow. Yeah, gardening is very difficult, actually. I do it, and then it's like a constant watch. I have a celery that's
why is NPR
Fed
Fund
now, so I have an avocado seed that
discredited?
just split. My avocado seed just split, y'all. You know what's coming up next, baby. A little sprout, little sprout, a little boop. I'm gonna buy myself a little avocado tree. It's happening now. In New York City, too.
Just because you learn to grow in one area doesn't mean you'll be successful in another area too, either, because growing changes by climate, by soil, like there's a lot of different things that go into it.
Love that little sprout on top of the avocado.
I'm so excited. It just split, so I came back from
This is
LA.
great. I know I'll be attacked by the left, probably white supremacists, but I have one ask for them. It's just when you give me my hood, make sure it's got the little slits and not the circles so I can see better.
I'm trying to propagate a funnel. My cilantro is doing really good right now. I have an onion. I have 2 green onions. My basil is fucking killing it. Killing it so much it's taking over my other plants because it's so invasive.
This is great. I know I'll be attacked by
Deepfakes are so spaced. You know what I can't grow is dill.
Yeah. I can't grow down.
At the end of the day, I have 3.
But yeah, I liked growing mint. I had a chocolate mint.
This is great.
And that was fun.
Something that I saw today, which I think is taking a lot of people by surprise, is Tucker Carlson. He's apologizing to his
chocolate mint. I never heard of that.
Yeah, and so I would, when you have your mint, and you have to slap it.
Something that I saw.
Spank it, so that it releases the oils very well, and you can put it in your drink or whatever. So that's what I would do for cocktails and stuff. It was pretty cool.
Oh, that's kind of cute. I like that idea. I think I want to grow mint. It's about time.
It grows really fast, and it grows a lot everywhere. So,
okay.
Time to
like if
build.
you were to do biological warfare. Sprinkle some mint in the yard and just let it take some.
Honestly, instead of having grass, I'd be
Here
done with
in
having
Miami, with the owner of 11, I'm Robert. Due to popular demand, I'm background. How are we doing, Mark?
Doing amazing.
Baruch Hashem.
It's nice to have you here in the greatest city in the world, Miami.
Baruch Hashem. You've helped develop that. Now, how much real estate have you developed out here?
Oh my gosh, say 40 acres.
40 acres? How many thousands
Why
of
do you
units?
think you're having a hard time with dill? Is it because you're trying to grow it in
15,000 here.
It's a pretty shady spot. So
There's a place in Monterey, California called Lover's Point. The original name was Lovers of Christ Point, but now it's become, they took out the Christ, it's Lover's Point, and it's really, Monterey is a very dark place now. A lot of witchcraft and the there's a place,
One that I had a hard time with was peas. I just felt like I got all my peas all at once, and then it was just like, okay, like what am I supposed to do with all these peas? And I guess I gotta like blanch them and freeze them, but then it was like I don't know, and I felt like it was so much work, to like de-shell them and whatever, and you'd get like 1 bowl worth of peas, and they were amazing, like they're definitely better than like the store-bought ones, It was just like, well, this is not worth it.
Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, actually.
What's up, Kelly?
Oh, I'm tending to personal affairs today, and it's so good to see you all and be in this room with you while I'm doing that.
We're talking herbs.
Oh, herbs. Can you grow herbs in a window? And
Yes.
I'm probably going to research this because I came into the conversation at the end, but I want to grow something, but I need to research it for my two cats. So
Yes, you should do things like parsley and oregano and rosemary is really good. Basil, yes, that's another really good one.
I bet that
Cilantro
smells good.
or
Cilantro, yes. Yes, coriander.
I think I'm gonna start growing some lavender and then drying it and hanging it in my house.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
That's nice.
Does it attract
Lavender's good for keeping lavender's good for keeping other stuff away too, I think. It's that, and there's another one. Why can't I remember? Marigold. Maybe it's marigolds.
Yeah, I think marigolds are good for like rabbits and deer, I think.
Yeah.
That's right.
My problem is woodchucks. That is my enemy number one in my gardens.
You don't like wood chips?
Wait, let me preempt King Neff. Sorry to hear that.
I have a live trap this year. I'm gonna try and catch him and release him somewhere. But yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that.
He eats my kale all the way down to the base.
I'm sorry to hear that.
How many woodchucks could a woodchuck chuck wood?
Traps at one end and then you flood them with water at the other end and they float up into the little trappy trap.
You can, but in this case, I don't know for sure where he lives. He just like comes into my yard, so I'm just gonna like set up a trap with something he'll want to eat, and then
Like a squirrel trap, yeah.
The hard part is I gotta not catch my own cats.
Everyone give a heart to King Nav.
The Bolsheviks should be held accountable for what they did to the Russian Empire.
Why is everyone giving a heart to King Nav?
Because he did his one joke per day, and now the clock starts 24 hours until his next attempt.
Oh, is that how it works?
Where did this one joke a day?
On two. On three. Hey.
Yeah, I'm not buying into it.
Yeah, sounds like a joke to me.
Prediction markets like calcium.
A full-on investigation that's needed on the Bolsheviks or what they did.
Has anyone heard of Leonardo Joni?
And last thing now.
She's a comedian. She's been banned from a number of clubs. She's being, I watched an interview with, or part of it, with her and Jesse Lee Peterson.
What'd you think?
Well, I like her comedy's funny, but she's also quite knowledgeable as to the, most of her jokes would be considered anti-woke. So she's actually pretty knowledgeable about what's been going on, et cetera, battle between the left and the right. Pick a word to describe all of that.
I stopped to go to comedy.
And last thing, did you hear there's also a grinder?
It got boring.
And last.
Well, what's her name? Oh, Jesus.
And last.
Hannah Gadsby. Yeah, she was awful. And I think I know the kind of comedy you're talking about. And yeah, it even that, it's not funny at all. It's like, oh, isn't it funny? I mean, what comes from the left, like Hannah Gadsby, is like, oh, isn't it funny that men are stupid? Ha ha ha. Oh, isn't it funny that Christians are stupid? Ha ha ha. There's no actual joke there.
That's what it's becoming. And
Yeah.
I have a hot take about like old head kind of comedy too, like Dave Chappelle even Dave Chappelle by name. I went to go see Dave Chappelle live for comedy maybe a couple years back. And the entire, I think that the first maybe couple times it was jokes, a couple, sentences, a couple, whatever, anecdotes he was giving was jokes. But then eventually it just turned into lecture and like how the industry screwed him. And it just continues to be kind of that. Now we watch a stand-up and it's still that. I don't know. He's just jaded, maybe. I've noticed something that old head, like Harville, whatever her name is. And,
yeah, I don't disagree.
Yeah.
I don't. I mean, he will still make me laugh, but yeah, I mean that's exactly it. I forget Chris Rock. It's funny. 20 years ago, Chris Rock in his specials was talking about stuff, and it's funny how what he's talked about never, like, it hasn't gotten any better. But I haven't seen his special. Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, they gotta move on. And even Bill Burr, I think Bill Burr, some of his comments on his podcast lately or in the last year have gotten, people are like, where the hell did this come from? But he's still finding the jokes. Like he might say something political, but he still makes a joke out of it. So it's not like the Dave Chappelle, oh, I'm just going to sit here and lecture people.
Well, Alan, what did you think about George Carlin toward the end of his career?
I hated George Carlin. I really never.
He was the same way.
Oh, I love Carlin.
I do too. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I get it.
4 balls.
I get it. But he became more of a social commentator. Some of his stuff.
Hey, gold is down, and I'm here to buy something back I sold to you a while back.
That's what happened because a lot of stuff is not down.
Do you have the makeup box still?
What do you mean? The makeup box?
The makeup box.
How we use language and, change. The point is, like, she just made the point. The problem, like, women comedians often get criticized for not being funny, and her comment is, she said it's actually easier for women comedians because if you're just a little bit funny, people will laugh. The problem is most women comedians aren't funny.
Get him, Alan.
Yeah, that's right.
Women are funny.
So separate question. Has anyone seen the Michael movie?
No, I haven't. Is it good?
Michael Jackson? I don't know. I'm seeing all these reviews on it. No spoilers, but obviously it's his life story, so we already know the story. But people are saying Jafar Jackson did awesome.
Don't fall for it.
George Carlin, I thought was like a brilliant comic, and I don't use that term lightly. And toward the end of his career, he certainly like changed his style and became, more of a commentator who used a little bit of comedy thrown in. Unlike Bill Maher, who's always been a comedian first, and he has actually become more famous as a political commentator, but he always kept the core of it. With comedy as the baseline. But George Carlin, if you watch some of his older sets, not like the sets toward the very end of his life, but maybe 10 years before, I liken him to like the Eminem of the comedy world, in the sense that like the words he uses in the comedy are so like tactile and calculated and exacting, and like every syllable and breath is planned out in the way it's delivered. It's truly like taking that art form into like its extreme end.
I would agree with that. I can appreciate what he did and the way in which he did it, and everything you're saying is true. It was just, again, to date myself, but I remember seeing him as a kid, early on, and then at a certain point it's like, yeah, but you're changing, and at first it was fine, but then ultimately for me, like, I go to a comic. If I'm listening to a comic, I want to laugh, and if I'm not laughing, well, then you're not a comedy.
I have another one for you.
Oh,
What about Jackie Mason?
Wait a second. The Jewish comic?
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing him a lot. I know who you mean.
Mm-hmm.
He certainly had a shtick going. And
Beverly Hills. The only place in the world where I'm embarrassed to have a Cadillac. My sister came over, she pulled that thing in the driveway and said, "Get that thing out of here."
Yeah, see, if you really want Jewish humor, you've got to go to, look up an album, When You're in Love, The Whole World Is Jewish. And it's an album entirely Jewish shticks. And then Jason Alexander, I'm going to guess 5-6 years ago, recreated it in Hollywood. And I actually went to it and ended up sitting next to him. He was in the back watching it. He produced it. And so I had a conversation with him about, because I said, yeah, I remember, my parents bought the album in the 60s and, talked to him about it and talked about some of the skits that I remembered. And, parts of the album are funny, but yeah, Jackie Mason was funny, as I remember. A lot of the comedians in those days came from New York, and they all did the Catskill Mountain circuit. Did you watch, by the way, The Wonderful Mrs. Maisel?
I watched part of it and I liked it, and then for some reason I didn't continue it, but I did like it.
Yeah, it was, this is, no, I wouldn't say that. But yeah, I mean, it was really well done. Really well done. I mean, the costumes, the music, everything, the amount that went into it. I kinda didn't like the end, but that was a
Hi, do you guys do a walk-in clinic, or do I need to make an appointment to try to see a psychiatrist? Yeah. No, I don't. That's why I'm calling. Okay, so. So I have to come back. I mean, it's not like I can't get a prescription. I can't get my prescription filled the same day. It's like. Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
The wonderful Mrs. Mason. It's not a Game of Thrones ending episode. Let's put it that way. Not that I ever watched Game of Thrones, but the fact that everybody hated it. And it's certainly not a Seinfeld last show either. So.
What happened with Seinfeld? I never watched it. What was the?
It was just the final episode was, the premise was some guy was getting robbed, and the four of them did nothing while he was getting robbed. So they get arrested, and they have the trial, because they're actually, there is some New York law or something that you're supposed to help people who are in trouble.
They weren't in New York, Alan. They were in another state.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It was a two-part ending. It was a 2-episode ending.
Yeah, and so the whole final episodes was them being in court, and of course Jackie, whoever it was, the lawyer, black lawyer, who was a spoof on Johnny Cochran, was defending them. And then it was a parade of past celebrities who had, guest stars, coming in and testifying how bad they were as people. And then in the end, they ended up being convicted, and the four of them are sitting in a jail cell together.
And the part that was so unsatisfying to every viewer was that the last scene is them just like, okay, we're in jail now, and then they kept saying, okay, so we got a year, and we'll be back. 1 year, and then we'll be back. So people took that as a coded message to mean they're taking a year off, but then they're going to continue the show. Like, that wasn't the case.
Because that sounds kind of funny to me, like wrapping it up with lots of past.
It wasn't bad. I didn't hate it as much as most people. So
It was hella funny. It was just basically a trial about their moral character. Everybody who they've ever wronged or shortchanged over the years and shit. The Soup Nazi and Wayne Newman.
Soup Nazi.
Yeah. All of them came back to testify against them.
Right. He's like, I lost my business. Yeah.
Because it wasn't I feel like How I Met Your Mother was another one that people really hated the ending of. I never watched it though.
Yeah, I think I saw that, and it was like, but really, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, when I watched the Seinfeld one, I thought, well, yeah, this was okay, I got it. But I think the disappointment is they expected, I mean, when you consider that some of their episodes were absolutely brilliant and you know, really, really funny, it wasn't that. Like, I think maybe people expected some especially wacky plot twist or bizarre, you know, whatever, and it wasn't that, so.
Hey, Alan, did man hands ever testify against them?
I don't think so.
That would have been fucking hilarious. I love that fucking episode. That is still the funniest fucking episode ever. Fucking man hands. She got hands like a doctor. Sitting there busting up the lobster and shit.
Yeah. Oh, wait, there's no bottle opener. Here, I got that.
Right.
Yeah, I think that they not probably thought of it, but that was all done with, you know, close-up cuts of the woman's hands. I don't know how they would have, you know, how they would have done that for the court.
You talking about Seinfeld?
Yeah.
Oh, I like the soup Nazi one because the soup Nazi still, or not the guy itself, but the spot is still there, and the directions of where you're supposed to stand are still there, and how you're supposed to move. That's my favorite episode.
Right, and of course, like, the most famous relic of Seinfeld is that diner on the Upper West Side that they always went to.
Sandy's, yeah. I've been to it. I think it's 87th or 86th, 82nd? 82nd?
Something like that. And the sign is this because in the show, I just took an image where it said restaurant, and that's like half of the sign. You know, I think it's something restaurant, but yeah.
Oh, they're opening a Central Perk here, an actual coffee house. They should have already, but they're actually going to build one.
I think depending, a 90s coffee shop could do well.
How did they get the naming rights to it?
Say again? The naming rights to it is probably
how did they
owned by
get
the
the naming
studio. It's probably owned by the studio.
Or license.
Or licensed to shakes. Or something.
The bar, I think I've been to the bar that Cheers was filmed in before Cheers ever was a thing.
I believe you.
Alan used to play. Alan used to play in the grass fields in the area that eventually became the Erie Canal when it was still grass.
Yes, yeah. Well, I've been to Lexington, where the first Revolutionary battle was, where the Revolutionary War started. But anyway.
Oh, you were there for that?
Yeah, I was there for that. But
When will you take responsibility for exterminating the mammoths?
Yeah, see, I was actually behind the guy, and I bent down to polish my shoe, and I hit his arm, and that it accidentally shot off the first shot. So.
Oh my God, you were the one that knocked off the nose from the pyramid guy, right? That dude.
Yeah, that was me too.
Wait, Alan, where are you?
I was trying to clean it, and I had it shit, so I said, "Oh, let me get my pedal out of here."
So you were
Hey, Alan.
one if by land, two if by sea, right? That was you.
Hey, Alan. These pretzels are making me thirsty.
These pretzels is that supposed to be?
Convection or something?
Wait, pretzels are making me thirsty.
I'm literally gonna sit here and see who's cultured and who's not.
Kramer.
Yeah, that sounds like a norm.
Wait, let me throw something at you to see if you know what it is randomly, bro.
Am I right?
We were just talking about it.
Oh wait, I missed it then. What were we talking about?
Wait, we were insulting Alan by calling him old, and then Adrian comes in with the Seinfeld reference.
I think that's a Cheers norm thing.
No, it's
It's
Kramer.
Kramer.
Oh, Kramer.
Yeah, he was he had a cameo or something, or
Yeah,
a small speaking role in a Woody Allen movie. And Woody Allen. Yeah, Woody Allen was shooting a movie outside of Jerry's apartment, and they casted Kramer to be in a movie, and he only had one line, and that was, "These pretzels are making me thirsty." And he just kept rehearsing that fucking line.
Oh, that's the episode?
Yeah.
Yes, I kind of remember that now.
Knocking a nose off of an Egyptian.
That was me. Yeah.
Yeah, I learned a thing recently because I just love to, debunk crazy facts. Where someone, it was when I was at the, actually, technically I'm debunking Cheyenne because she was the one who said it. But we were at the Met and we were at the Egyptian exhibit, and like everything had no nose, right? Like at least half of all of the figures had no nose on them. And she was like, "Oh, I actually heard about this on Instagram or whatever, that this is because of like white supremacy, that like the Greeks or whatever didn't like they didn't like it when the Egyptians had Arab looking noses, and so anytime an Egyptian statue had an Arab looking nose, they would remove it because they wanted to preserve the idea that the ancient Egyptians were like white adjacent." And I was like, that sounds off to me. And so I did some research, and it seems like there's three things that happen. One is that noses and ears are very easy to break off and are subject to erosion. Two is that actually there was a practice in ancient Egypt of breaking the nose off of statues, because the idea was that the mouth was closed, and so the only way that the statue could breathe was through the nose, and that the statue was meant to contain the spirit of the person who died. So they would knock the nose off to kill the spirit that lived inside the statue. Oh, wow. And that tomb raiders actually did that also because they had heard
So
that
they wouldn't
practice.
get cursed.
So they were trying to prevent being cursed, so they would also knock the nose off. And then the last thing was, maybe that was it. I swear there was like a third thing where there was like a culture that, was knocking the noses off or something, but yeah.
Alexander the Great.
That was
His people used to chop the arms off of statues and things, so maybe Alexander the Great might have pulled up and been like, chop.
But yeah, definitely not
Wow.
Supremacy.
I hadn't heard that.
So what did she say when you told her that you're finding?
I mean, she's not like a libtard or anything, so she was just, she likes to hear facts as much as I do, so she didn't.
Yeah, I found that
Yeah, that's nice.
So I saw on Instagram is an automatic red flag for me.
Right? Yeah.
Facebook
And
is
I'm like,
worse.
wait a minute, is that elitist snobbery? Because I'll get that one. I saw it on X, and oh, you saw it on X. That's just funny.
What's amazing is the different reactions. There was this video of this woman, she was in a bar. She said she overheard 3 guys talking about how to cheat on their wives. And she said she sat there taking notes so she could describe these men so she could put it on TikTok. I looked at the video on TikTok, all the comments were like, "Oh my God, you're the best, and you're a girl's girl, and even though my husband wasn't there, I put him on the couch for the night." Twitter, they're all like, "Mind your business, shut the fuck up."
I was saying, why is that bitch not minding her business?
I posted, I said, my friends were at the same bar, and they overheard Scope, average white guy, she took us through that twice. I said, my friends were there, they noticed some average white lady was listening to them, and they made up a story about cheating on their wives.
You know what? When I hear wild shit like that, I always say they're probably writing a script. Yeah,
I said that. We used to have my friends all the time. We would say the wildest thing. Like, imagine some fucking asshole listening, like, "Oh, I'm gonna fucking call her out on TikTok," and she,
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that was a Seinfeld episode as well.
There were so many great. Do you watch Curb Your Enthusiasm? You like that one too?
Yeah.
Oh, my husband loves that.
Oh, I love her.
Adrian, you're outside too. I can hear the wind.
Oh yeah. Leaving the golf course.
Yeah, I've got a brand new Canadian tuxedo.
Wait.
Oh, go on.
Adrian,
What's up?
I've heard you speak for years on this app.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first I've heard. Do you play golf?
Yeah, I play golf.
Yeah.
Adrian, why does O.J. Simpson play golf?
Why is it fascinating that Adrian played golf?
Right.
Where are you going, actually?
Because
Alan goes to a country club. They don't let those people there.
create an image of a person based on what they say on this app. And everything you've said, Adrian, does not jive with, oh, I'm walking back from just playing golf. I'm just sorry.
Golfers are not a monolith.
Alan,
Yes, they are.
Alan,
Sorry,
you know what I have in my garage right now?
What?
A court,
I have
a pet station.
fucking box with about 1,000 golf balls in my goddamn garage, right? And when I'm not at the course, I take my club, I just go out on the river and just turn it into my own personal driving range. Like, seriously.
You know I'm teasing you, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I mean, Alan,
Yeah,
what
but-
kind of activities would you
but-
expect Adrian to have?
But think about it.
Plays basketball.
Does it jive with the kind of political statements and gotchas that you have made? You know, I won't even try to recreate them. But yeah, you sons of bitches. I'm sorry, I gotta go. I've got 18 with my other pals at the country club.
Nice.
He's got to go
Have a
take
great
the cultural
time.
sensitivity course first.
Yes.
So, Alan, my joke is, why does O.J. Simpson like golf? It's because he gets to hit something white.
Along with a black man playing golf, you know.
Actually, the balls are multicolored, so I got some orange balls, some white ones, some red ones, some green.
As long as you still got your balls.
Only balls I don't
So
have.
are you trying to say with the choice of colors of your golf balls that you're supporting the rainbow community?
Hey,
Is there a subtle message that we should get from that statement?
every ball is equal to each other.
He's an
Equality.
equal opportunity
Yep.
whacker.
Yep.
Ball whacker. Yes, thank you.
Equal opportunity. Each ball get
Well,
You get the whack. You get the whack.
Adrian, I can't promise that in the future, that if we disagree on a point, that I will resort to ad hominem attacks and call you a golfer. I'm sorry. It's just too funny, actually.
deal.
It's an onomatopoeia that is a word that sounds like a sound, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Monica, do you know what an alliteration is?
Yeah.
So sad. Simply say so.
Funny face, Freddy fell face first, 5 feet, 55 freaking floors.
I have big news, everybody. We just got something in the mail. We got a new Canadian tuxedo. All right, everyone, PTR. Got a new Canadian tuxedo in the mail, guys.
Wait,
I'm collecting them.
why is Canadian significant?
I don't. That's just what I know them to be called. I don't even know why they're called Canadian tuxedo. Just denim.
Oh, that's the way it's cut.
I know it's the set. The denim set is considered a Canadian
It's
tuxedo.
Oh, look at you.
Yo, no lie.
Thank you.
I thought you meant a literal tuxedo, and I was like,
It's a Canadian tuxedo. It's denim.
That sounds like a slur to me.
No, actually,
You're definitely rocking the cute housewife look.
You love it, right? It's cute.
no lie. I thought you were talking about you that got a new cat.
Yeah, Jarl's a Canadian.
Oh, awesome. Canadian tuxedo. Jarl himself is a Canadian tuxedo. No, but a tuxedo cat is also very cute. That would be cute.
Yeah, tuxedo cat.
Yeah, it's a cute outfit.
cat. It'll meow like, oh, meow.
Not a tuxedo cat.
Hey.
Hey. Oh, that was too funny.
What was the joke I heard?
It's gone, baby.
It was a white joke. It was,
As long as you're like, dancing like Lawnmower.
It's a Canadian joke, honey. Or saying that if a tuxedo cat came from Canada, it would meow like, hey. That's all he said. Like, hey, instead of meow, me. What are you talking about?
I was talking about like Lawnmower stuff or something like that.
That's cool too. We could talk about that.
Alright, this Clubhouse Karma and I are gonna fight.
Actually, now, excuse me, Monica, I have the definition of a Canadian tuxedo. A Canadian tuxedo is a slang term for wearing a denim jacket or shirt paired with matching jeans, creating a denim-on-denim outfit. It originated in 1951 after singer Bing Crosby was denied entry to a Canadian hotel for wearing denim, prompting Levi Strauss to create a custom denim tuxedo for him.
Nice.
That's a great story.
So we can give Jarl a hard time about how prejudiced Canadians are that they don't let Americans wearing denim into their hotels.
Wake it up!
I think the credit is due to marketers at Levi Strauss who used comedy as derision in a super effective way that lasted generations.
Well, absolutely. They saw, Bing Crosby was huge and they saw an opportunity to make money off it. Thank God for capitalism.
And Vero's supple breasts continue the tradition to this day.
I'm fucking screaming! Shut up,
Derisive, you stole that.
Hold on, Derisive. You're about to get removed from the room because A-Tech called Zero a cunt earlier and he got tossed. So be careful. Too much flirting.
A-Tech needed that though, honestly. He was doing way too much on me.
He was doing a lot.
Wait, the Sudanese guy?
Derisive, would I be correct in saying that you stole the supple breast comment from the original Airplane?
I did see the original Airplane recently, although I don't remember that line in particular, so maybe, through, my subconscious.
Yeah, you remember, what's this, Robert, I forget it. Robert
Airline stewardess or something?
is sitting down, the stewardess. He's sitting with everybody, telling them his life story. And the one, older woman.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. Those golfers, they're such snobs. They just...
Don't get derailed. Airplane joke.
Yeah, but in any event, so at one point the woman looks at her and she goes on, and that for comments, oh yes, she's very attractive, and something, and the comment is pouting supple breasts.
Okay, yeah, that movie's good. And that word is just so funny anyway. It's so awkward.
It's funny. I don't know how to feel he said supple breast.
So he called you that name?
I don't hear the word supple used in any other context. Am I wrong?
Let's look up the actual dictionary definition of it.
Yeah, A-Check called me a cunt in the chat. I have a screenshot of it too.
What did he do that for?
I think he got moved down or something, and it's just because, I don't know, he just started getting kind of rude after a while, and so when I pulled back, as politely as I could. I didn't call him an asshole. I didn't call you. I was like, you bitch ass motherfucker, nothing. I was like, you know what? I don't like
French kissing of the dogs.
So we went to French kissing of the dogs, and I was like, I would never go to your house. He's like, my wife would never let you in. I was like, oh, you just made that fucking weird. I'm just gonna pull back.
Yeah.
I'm
so
gonna
he's
pull
used to
back.
he's used to doing everything his way, and when he can't have it his way, he doesn't know what to do.
Yeah.
You're the obstacle.
Okay, it's definitely. I don't want to guess what like the denotative meaning of the word supple is. It's not anything, by the way.
No.
It's not how it's used. It's not how it's used connotatively.
Soft and cushiony, no?
No. So. Okay. I'll read a few definitions.
Okay.
Readily adaptable or responsive to new situations. Capable of being bench folded without creases, cracks, or breaks.
That's my breast.
Able to perform bending or twisting movements with ease. Easy and fluid without stiffness or awkwardness.
Yeah, that's not my breast.
Sounds like a tip and nipply situation.
Alright, okay, no, I see with that athletics, aerobics and stuff. She was very sub.
Used to the tribe dancers.
Dancers for sure.
That's
Thank you, Derisa.
Yeah, you're on. I'm sorry. Please forgive
That's
me.
funny as shit, bro. It's okay. Oh my god.
Submissive, Callie's got a definition in the chat too. You want to read it or me too?
Supple.
You read it, Monica.
Go ahead, Veronica.
Supple is derived from the Latin word supplex, which means submissive, kneeling, or humbly begging.
It's more like y'all are more supple for these breasts.
I'm trying to remember. Isn't suplex a wrestling move?
Suplex?
Yeah, isn't it when they turn upside down and drop them on their head, the suplex?
Yeah, that does sound familiar too. My goodness.
Hey, can I discuss the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, real quick? I don't want to move the goalpost. I know I'm moving the goalpost.
I want to talk about this too, John. Go ahead.
So I asked Grok, has anyone from Southern Poverty Law Center been arrested yet? Have any trials been set? Has anyone officially been arrested? Not one motherfucker arrested. Not one motherfucker. Why aren't their doors being punched in, kicked in? Why aren't they being dragged out on fucking camera like they did at Mar-a-Lago and to Stone down in Florida? Where are the fucking arrests, Cash Patel? Oh, it's almost Friday. He must be getting his drink orders ready. Hello?
In their pajamas with like busting down the doors, the midnight raids.
Well, see, the problem is, Alistair, is that this DOJ and FBI are competent, so they're not just going to rush. They're not just going to rush in, as they said in the news conference. It's an ongoing investigation. So they've now served the indictment, and they will now continue to build their case and to get more facts, interview people, etc., etc. And when they're ready, we hope and we expect that they will make specific arrests with specific people. But I share your urgency and I can't think of another word. But I share your passion in this particular case. Yeah, it would be nice if we saw the Republicans do to the Democrats what the Democrats did to Republicans during the Biden administration.
Well, hold on. I don't want lawfare. I don't want persecution or vengeance or revenge. I want justice. The Charlottesville Unite the Right rally that Heather Heyer was killed at, ran over, like, it was funded by the group that says it's anti-hate. Right?
Correct.
Southern Poverty Law Center has records that indicate it paid leaders of the Unite the Right rally.
Yes, Monica.
It's validating, Alan, because we've told people all along the number of white supremacists, the demand for white supremacists exceeds the supply. Gavin McGinnis said that.
Say that again?
The demand for white supremacists exceeds the supply.
Yes.
Right.
They have
So
to
that means
manufacture them.
everyone on the right learned about this one day ago, and of course instantly had a fully formed opinion about it, which I find intellectually robust.
Hold on. Well, make your point, and then I'll refute it.
So I mean, there certainly is the narrative from the right about it's a problem reaction solution thing. Yeah, they created the problem so that they could justify the existence of their organization to keep existing, which is a little too convenient. I'm gonna sit back and wait until the details come out about this. It's another one of those things where the left has one version of the truth and reality, and the right has another, and they're both so dug in after learning about this issue for literally 5 minutes and knowing nothing about it. It's anti-intellectual all around.
Okay, so Charlie Kirk posted before his death, the Southern Poverty Law Center is a hate group. They've targeted fellow Americans for abuse and scrutiny because they didn't like that they had so much power and influence. 8 years ago, PragerU did a video, 5-minute video, on the group, the anti-hate group that is a hate group, calling out the Southern Poverty Law Center and their shenanigans. So this is not something that's new to many of the conservatives that were paying attention, even though there are indictments that came down yesterday.
Like, can you admit that that has something to do with yesterday? Like, you can say it's a hate group all you want. You can say they're a bad group. I don't disagree with any of that. But what you just quoted has absolutely nothing to do with paying people as Pepsi in these groups or nothing.
I'm a big fan of
For the second prong of their attack.
behind us. Before I could even get on, they have to make argument beforehand. I feel fear after all. We're the mechanism. The strangers. Someone told me it was enriched uranium. A lot of it was testing and survived nation from the bomb detonation. An ordinary team would be dead. It's a mechanism. Before long again, run away. Tried to blast open the cell with laser vision, only to discover that the door had been specially constructed. It was completely impervious to damage.
Where are you going? I'm gonna go destroy any B1 that I find.
How much I can't fucking stand. It was only then that I finally understood who he truly was. I had assumed soldier that was accompanying me to the lab to search for the original compound V as a matter of father and son loyalty. What I never expected was that the whole thing was a trap laid specifically. The moment we had walked in, there was the bodies of them. What neither of us realized was that the moment we had some unseen force had quietly take hold of our actions, guiding out our knowledge. Influence Bob's experiment
Gives to us, which is
you're trying to inject your provide the construction of the table. Piss yourself. Cry for your mommy like the wildest dangerous that you are. I lost myself in the pleasure of mocking him, completely oblivious to the fact that he was leading straight experimental chamber. By the time I realized what was happening, it was already too late. Some boy knew that radiation couldn't kill me. He simply went to teach me a lesson. But what I never anticipated suddenly appeared before me. In an instant, the soldier boy was behind it all. Looking at me writhing in agony, he started to laugh.
Would you bet that you would time out? That's got to stay. Knowing you'd rather spend eternity all alone than the likes of you. If you did get the good,
I could see exactly what he was doing, using this moment to drive a wedge between me and my son. Butcher sneered that I was nothing but a pathetic wretch starved for love, that I lacked the spine to do anything and beat my own son Ryan half to death. Only a worthless piece of trash would stoop to something like that. When he finished, I laughed. Fighting through the pain, I forced myself to my feet.
he's alive because he's strong. Because he's my son, the son of God. in the end of all of it. I promise you, before I'm done, I'll fucking have you.
And that, therein lies the problem, and then that's compounded by the fact that they opened up fake bank accounts or bank accounts with made up names in order to anonymously funnel money that they receive from donations into the hands of those white supremacist groups. And then worse, we're directing the leaders of those organizations on what to do and how to protest. It wasn't like, okay, we'll pretend we're someone else, we'll just give them that money and hope that they do it. They said they were telling them in Charlotte, do this, do that, do this. They helped them organize that. And so the moral outrage on top of everything else, which I think is warranted, is the fact that they propped that organization up in order to increase their donations and to increase a narrative that helped benefit their donations.
Okay. All right. So maybe that's what the charges are. All this will be adjudicated in court by armies of lawyers.
Correct.
So, yeah. I mean, I anyone who knew nothing about the topic 24 hours ago and then suddenly became a legal expert in nonprofit banking laws, I find very suspect.
Listen, all I know is that if there's anyone who knows anyone in the Southern Poverty Law Center or any other nonprofit, I am looking to make some money. I am willing to be the informant. Please and thank you.
Keegan, you stole my joke. You beat me to the punchline. I'm very upset.
But you're Armenian. They might not even take you in, Alan. They'll take me in.
No,
Listen, they'll take me in. Please give me the money.
Actually, Keegan, Armenians and African Americans have worked very closely together.
That's my point, Alan. Why I'm saying white nationalist groups won't take you in, Alan. I'm saying I will be the informant for the white nationalist groups. They love me. They will take me in. I am their brother, and let's make some money.
Yeah, you know, you just rained on my parade. Here I thought I was going to get to like hundreds of thousands of dollars, and you're right. I'm Armenian. They won't take a dirty Middle Easterner like me. It's so depressing.
All right, let's bring some new voices to the stage. Cowboy, Othello, how we doing?
I think we're really in the twilight zone. We got SLPC funding white supremacist groups at the same time that we're finding out that Netanyahu funded Hamas. Crazy.
And the CIA has funded so many others. I mean, Othello, when are people going to wake up? Because I know you're one of them who's already awoke to the idea that, guess what? The federal government and all their proxies, whether those are nonprofits or whether they're the three-letter groups, are not for American interests. They are for division. They are for control, power. We have to get rid of them, dismantle them.
I'm not so sure Othello was actually being serious or...
No, he wasn't. And no one talked about Israel for the last 2 hours, so we're not doing that bullshit.
That's right.
Oh, that was very serious.
Big conversation, isn't that, sir? What do you guys do with the weather?
Just follow the money line to the Qatari banks.
Yeah, I heard that UAE, they're trying to put a wrench in the US dollar dominance. They're saying they're going to accept the yuan, which is going to create like a difficulty for the US dollar to remain constant.
Wait, what? Don't use innuendo. If you're going to say something, make a specific claim.
Sure. So I heard that the UAE, or Dubai, basically, they're trying to accept. They're giving I guess people or people in the country see options to use the Chinese yuan instead of the dollar. So they're trying to open up the market for the yuan. And in the process, it might be a little bit of a difficulty for the U.S. to remain dominant, especially for the petrodollar. That's what I heard.
Okay. I would like you to find a link to say specifically what you're talking about, because you're talking about a general idea. Dubai wants to be the Singapore times the Hong Kong of the Middle East. So I'm sure they want to be completely open, laissez-faire capitalism for any financial instrument. So that would be their interest.
Do you think the U.S. government should bail out Dubai and the Emiratis by giving them a cash infusion for a taxpayer expense? Hello?
Is that on the table? I don't think they.
Yeah, it's on the table. Also, Trump is bailing out Spirit Airlines, our new national airline. Isn't that exciting? Go Spirit!
No, I just heard that the deal fell apart with JetBlue, and now they're going under. I didn't know that.
No, that was years ago. Now there's a new deal. But guess who owns Spirit Airlines? A bank. They owe the money to the bank. So the bank is looking for a bailout. It's not the airline that needs the fucking bailout. It's a bank bailout.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, you know, the other thing I've heard is lately there's been this big resurgence about how Gaddafi was actually a good guy, and the reason why the U.S. killed him and went against him is because he was trying to undermine the petrodollar. And what this particular person in this video reminded me of, and reminds everyone else, is that he was funding terrorism throughout the Middle East. He attacked the Lockerbie jet crash. He was responsible for that. There was some other flight that they hijacked, and another plane that they brought down. He was cruel to his own people. They had the police. If you spoke up against the government, they would arrest you, torture you. You might be killed, or you might be let out as an example to anyone who spoke up against the government. The list goes on and on and on, and he openly declared war against the West.
God, it sounds just like what the Biden administration did to all the January 6ers who were just trying to protect their liberty. Hello?
Yes.
They say that about Saddam also. They say that he was threatening to sell oil to Europe in euros instead of dollars, and that's why they just be taken out.
Yeah. I mean, and it's all, well, they really didn't hate him. They talk about how benevolent he was, that you could get free education, you could get, all of the benefits, quote unquote, but looked at another way. The only education you could get was through his administration. There weren't competing colleges. You got your education through him. The population was entirely dependent on his programs, and everybody knew it. And anybody who protested, in any event, the point is he's being painted as this benevolent leader now, and really what's behind it is his son wants to be brought back in power and wants to be the ruler of the country again. So this positive PR campaign is being thought of.
Alan, I hate to break the bad news to you, but his son has been killed. You're not up to date with your news about Libya.
I know they killed one of his sons. Now, did they kill the other son?
No, the other son wasn't in political contention. The son that was trying to become the next leader was murdered.
Oh, really?
Yeah, let me Google that for you. We came, we saw, he died. AKA Hillary Clinton, aka Caesar.
Yeah. I'm gonna send an email to University of Wisconsin for a potential program I want to do. I'm not sure if I want to go for my higher studies, but something tells me it's if I want to do it, I should do it now.
Yeah, never wait on education. If you finish your undergrad, go straight into your graduate degree. Just don't wait. There's no reason. Just go all the way until you reach the limit.
I should have done that when I had the chance. Yes. But I did. I just got my couple bachelors and started working. But you know what it is? I want to do my higher degree now, especially with all this AI and everything. You know, I want to be able to integrate it properly. I have a really good use case for a lot of stuff. So we'll see.
I, have been doing a lot with AI, and Meta has recently acquired an AI company called Matu, and you can build apps in it. I mean, with a prompt, and they're good apps. You can build websites, flyers, sheets, anything with basic prompts, and it'll extract the information from your website, from your Facebook profile, from your Instagram account. So, I mean, like, all these software developers, all these web designers, graphic designers, those jobs are fucking dead. Dead. Do you know how big of the economy that is for people for the past 20 years that have been working in digital marketing, etc.? It's over. I mean, you just can't compete.
You know, there's a creativity factor being taken away, right? Yeah, totally.
You know, on the hardware end, Alistair, there's a guy, Rick Beato, beat with an O. And now he does music videos, but his claim, which I kind of agree, and I'll tell you why, that eventually the technology used to run all of those AI models, the computer powering for the home computer will increase to the point where you won't need these huge data centers, and you won't need
last thing, and I'll turn
their
it back over to our
computers
excellent
to
moderator.
run the AI models. Right now,
The most exciting thing that is going on right now between the United States and India is the drama of the technology engagement, which is incredible. Let's remember, even though it got only some attention, Prime Minister Modi hosted every single one of the dominant technology companies, every single one, for 3 full days. He gave his full
response with the 4 of them linked together. It took about 2.5 seconds to get a response, start getting a response from the AI he was running on those 4 programs. So what that means is ultimately it'll go the way that music studios went. It used to be you had to go to a studio with $500,000 of recording equipment to get a quality recording that was ready for the market, ready to be released as a record. Now, hardly anybody goes to a real studio anymore. Everybody does it in their home studio, and it's this guy's claim.
Have you heard the John Kitover band, Alan? I started my own AI band. It's called the John Kitover Band. I'm publishing on all major platforms. Suna.
But thank you. You're not the only person.
See, Alan, this is, as like a music consultant, I talk to musicians every Friday, Saturday night at my favorite bars, and I show them how to create AI music and how to create different brands, either associated or to completely create new music brands. And so this is the problem with complainers, is they don't understand that they're already behind they're behind the times, and they need to become more creative and expand their creation and stop complaining. Hello?
Yeah, that's the whole thing, right? It's all about the creativity aspect right now. And then the other part will be integration with our lifestyle, right? So like well, for example, I work in the auto industry, and there's a company called Nuance or something. I don't know. I don't want to say its name, but there's a specific way of like where you sit within the car, you hear a specific audio tape or like audio like if you listen to one station, other will listen to another station on the radio. You can hear different things. So like now the next part will be like adapting this technology for the users, right? The user interface with AI. But right now it's all about like the creativity. They said, and a lot of people are talking about like, do it now so you earn your name and you earn your fame and you earn your wealth. Because when whatever like reset or whatever is gonna happen, at that time you'll be in a higher position than the average person. So I don't know. So like everyone's like running for this. It's sort of like new gold rush. But straight into words.
Yeah, I mean, I see. This is why I kind of like in 2026. I'm like, you want to go to college to do a master's degree? Why don't you just do something? Because you're gonna spend a lot of money putting money into the school and the teachers' salaries, and those teachers are already behind because AI solves basically all problems. It's just really a question now of like organizing the people to use the AI for productive purposes. For example, the Iranians, if 100 senior scientists in the Iranian regime had a team of, let's say, 3,000 sub-junior, scientists and developers, researchers, chemists, etc., they could actually probably go fully nuclear within like 30 days and actually prevent a ground invasion and a full regime change. But they're too stupid to actually do that, because, I mean, we've killed all their leaders. So anyways, what I'm trying to say is, Alan, let's go into business and start the new Alan AI Music Corporation. What do you say, Alan? Because you spend so much time here talking. While we're talking, we could actually be creating product and distributing it and hypnotizing hundreds of thousands and millions of people with Alan AI music. And we could usher in a whole new era of recloning old music and just making it our own exclusive IP and delivering advertisements with our incredible AI Alan derived music. What do you say, Alan? Are you ready to make more money?
It's a tempting offer, but I'm tempting offer, but I'm going to have to say no to you, and I'll tell you why. No, I can't. I don't have my Don Corleone voice right now.
So, Alan, I don't know. Do you know what the Charter of Medina is?
No.
It's the Constitution of Islam that Muhammad put out. You should look into it, and you can realize that it's the exact same recipe and instructions to start a mafia gangster, organization with a don at the top, with 10 captains, your sub captains, your soldiers. It's an org chart. That's what the Constitution of Medina is. And it's so easy to debate Muslims now that I finally figured out what the Islamic Constitution is, the Charter of Medina. Once you know that and you realize just how unfair and ridiculous it is, it makes Muhammad look like the biggest fraud and scammer of religious history of all time. Just look into it. Go to Wikipedia, type in Charter of Medina.
Oh, thank you for sharing that. I'm really interested in seeing that. That makes a lot of sense. Because when you look at it historically, when you had like the Mongols, in interaction of their attack on Mongols, they were successful because they were always grouping things at like 1,000 soldiers, 10,000 soldiers, etc. Well, like when you look at why is that? This brings to the organizational strength that they have. It's really nothing more. Thanks for that. I appreciate it.
Well, I always understood what Islam was before hearing about this, but but thank you. That only confirms what I already knew. Did you read the Godfather book? Not itself. Rich. I mean, John. No, Rich, John. Have you read the book? You there?
Who, me?
Either you or him.
Have you read what?
The Godfather book.
I have, yes.
Yeah, so you, then, I don't know if you remember, but at the end of the book, Michael gets the Bible from, Tom gives Michael the organization's Bible. And what he discovers is that a lot of the businesses that the Don is helping and giving protection to, that the Don would initially go, and he was the one who would be threatening those businesses anonymously. And then he goes in, he would go in, like they would start giving this shop a hard time, and then the Don would go in and say, I hear that, this other group, you're having a hard time. We can make that stop. Just pay us protection money. And then they would get protection money from that group. And that's how he built up the business. You create the problem, and then you provide the solution for it, which is exactly what the Southern Poverty Law Center did. Here, we're going to fund these groups, and then we will be the solution for it. Look at all of these racist attacks. Give us money. So it's a shakedown. That's all it is. But yeah, I gotta read it. It was cool. What was it called? The Congress of Medina? Well, no one's here. Anyways.
Well, is Nick Zed still here? No. Oh, everybody left. Anyways, I wanted to say one more thing about the Charter of Medina. The Quran is the propaganda of Islam. The Medina Charter is the political science apparatus of the Ummah, or the in-political group against the world. And all you have to do is read the Charter of Medina to fully debate a Muslim, and you don't need to go any further with your life. You could stop right there and feel completely content. Because let's say you're at a city council meeting and there's a group of Muslims in the community that now want to build a giant mosque and get special taxation or some type of special accommodation. If you want to debate them legalistically, all you need to do is pull out the motherfucking charter, the 66 amendments of Islam, or the 72 or whatever the number is, and go line by line and show how it's a mafia organization that uses blood money and intimidation and no legal judicial system whatsoever, no jury trial, no judge. It's just God and Muhammad. They decide. And if you don't like it, it even says in there, you have to abide by the fact that you don't like it. It's so fucking insane and stupid. And when you compare and contrast it with the historical legacy of jurisprudence, the Magna Carta, the Constitution, etc., all these incredible like Enlightenment documents that the West has created to value the self as opposed to Muhammad's Ummah, it just makes you realize that Muhammad is a fraud, a scam artist, and that the entire religion is based off of mafia, gangsterism, intimidation, principles, and tactics. It's just fucking right there in the charter. So you could debate all the religious, spiritual, historical stuff like Ezekiel. You could go into all the bullshit that's in the Quran, but every Quran should have to have the Medina Charter in the beginning to explain the historical, legal, and political science legacy that Muhammad set up in his scam. So, You know, I would love for McZed or a lawyer to actually like, you know, use the charter against Islam legalistically in like a debate, because a Mohammedan can't stand up to the fucked up laws and the dictates and the all or nothing statements of the Medina Charter. I rest my case. Hello? Aurora. Are you prepared to be my sorceress's apprentice?
I'm really good at being the sorcerer's apprentice, but obviously I've done it before. Actually, I've had apprentices myself.
So I just say something about the title of this other room that I'm in. It's called Are Relationships on Clubhouse Real? And I just want to say, no, they're not. And in fact, many real world relationships that you have in your own personal life are also superficial and not real. And there are a lot of highly annoying people out there. I'm one of them. It's called a HAP disorder or HAP syndrome, highly annoying person syndrome. And that's one of the reasons why we're not successful in life, because it turns out that highly annoying people get shunned and pushed away because they're highly annoying. But it doesn't.
They're actually not highly annoying. You just need better marketing and the right partner. Yeah. That's the truth of it. Maybe a little bit of like softening the extremely masculine energy that you exude, calm it down and make you more successful. But
I don't think it. See, the thing is, I don't think that'll work, because it's a very crowded field of very general, bland people. And I think if I want to be successful, I have no choice in this environment but to be super stimulating and make all or nothing statements that supersede. Oh, my friend is here. So what did you think, my friend, yesterday about that interaction with Sam Rosen? Like, I thought that was, you know, pretty interesting. What did you think about my projection analysis about ad hominem projection?
Yeah, I think it's very true. And I think that I will say this, the more that I love my...
There were courageous men who lost their lives in defense of something. You think I would besmirch them? Denounce them simply because they lost? You're a fool. You're a coward. You're spineless. You're a sycophantic suck-up. You're a little baby bitch. You bald fuck. Shut up. Am I the Matrix?
You see, when I see the millions of dead Germans, I really hate Adolf Hitler, because he ruined his entire country, and he murdered. He through his bad strategy and stupidity, he actually killed millions of good men whose lives were thrown away like they were garbage. That's not good leadership. Those aren't heroes. That's called Hitler the Schmuck the movie. Hitler was a schmuck. The movie. Hello? Oh, go to johnkitover.com if you want to find out where I live. And then you can reverse engineer who registered the domain name and report them to Interpol. Oh my God. Tim is going to get arrested with Adolf Hitler's dog. Hello?
Can you get moderators so we can permanently shut this fucker up?
Is that how you want, Mod?
Eddie, don't do it. I'll never forgive you. If you embolden the Nazis, I'll never forgive you. Our relationship is over. Never again. Never again. Never again. Never again.
Okay, I'm listening down for a second. We're safety.
Still on Stalin, right? But yet Stalin killed multiple more
Allegedly, the German state.
How tall are you, Tom?
What the fuck is wrong with this cunt? He's just screaming too much.
How tall is this guy? Is this guy taller than me? I need to know if I'm supposed to follow you. Are you my leader? How tall are you?
Koala?
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to whatever.
Oxygenate. Oxygenate. Whatever his fucking name is.
Bloody hell.
You know,
What about the Chinese cunt who just killed millions of his people? And Stalin did that
Mao
to
Zedong.
his
You're
people.
talking about Mao Zedong, yeah?
Yeah, you're the Mao cunt. Yeah, the Mao cunt.
The guy who killed like the least amount of people in modern history, they're the most offended by. Right. Like the British, we killed 130 million Indians in our rule of India. No one gives a fuck.
Absolutely.
Because the Indians don't own the media. The Indians don't own the publishing company.
Plus, they never actually went for any kind of victim murder. Like, yeah, if we got fucked, we won.
Hey, you know, Keegan is like the whitest of us. He should be our leader. Keegan, you're our.
No.
He's a very good confederate.
He's got money.
That's right. Nice. Way down south in the land of cotton. Hey, Keegan, that's an arousing rendition to the bloody blue flag.
How's it going? Long time, bro.
By the way, Alistair, if you had shut up when I asked you to, I would not have had to make Keegan a mod, so.
No, Keegan is
always does that now. He always does it to himself.
You can't help himself, yeah. He really is a glutton for punishment.
If I would have been a mod, his ass would have been a goof.
He's a moth to the flame. He can't help himself. He's allowed to do that.
Yeah, I've seen down to the goo, swim in the swamp for a while, into the fucking crocodile, then it bloody hell.
Australia, New Zealand, what is this? What am I hearing?
Aussie.
Aussie, brother. I wish I could speak with a cool accent like that. All I know is Crocodile Dundee and a little bit of Steve Harwood. Rip on Barbie. You can't take my friend.
It's so funny. Australians don't know what that is, but Americans know.
Barbie, shrimp is not a bed, it's prawns.
It was an advert. It was an advert shown everywhere in the world except for Australia. So Australians don't know about that, but we all know about it.
Next, you're going to tell me Foster's an authentic Australian beer.
It's a horse piss. You want to drink it, we made it for you.
I've been drinking horse piss.
Right, we made it for you guys. You know, you can drink it in Australia.
You got the Australian Tourism Board's fucking propaganda.
And what are you drinking out there? What's a good Australian beer?
Lager.
Lager? Who's making that lager?
Victoria.
Victoria.
I totally go to Irish pubs.
Irish pubs. Hey, you hear about the Irish? They got they got shut down. Their protest was shut down. You saw that?
The fuel protest?
Yeah, they were shut down.
Yeah, government yielded.
Government, no, it didn't. It sold them in. What do you mean it yielded? What did they yield?
The government, the Irish government.
What did they yield?
Announced some kind of relief, some tax relief.
Tax relief?
They got something.
Well, probably not what they wanted, eh?
Sure, but it's better than that.
No, it surely sounds better than nothing. I can't argue with that. It's like saying, hey, at least they didn't fucking finish shitting on me. That's right.
So I just want to say that in that Dictator film, you know that March of the Fallen when they all go to Moscow, like the 700,000 German soldiers or whatever. Let's just admit that the Germans never should have surrendered. They should have fought to the death because it's better to die fighting than it is to die in a communist gulag. Hello?
At what point?
Down in the gulag.
How much leaders should they have waited?
Bloody hell. Swim in the swamp. Okay.
Yeah, keep a bad man down.
What an energy, eh?
Well, what?
What an energy.
In 2015,
vaccine, Bernie Sanders woke me up. My openly gay 6-year-old transgender nephew wanted something different than most kids for his birthday. He wanted the COVID-19 vaccine for the greater good of humanity. Because unlike the racist Republicans, he wanted to protect our democracy and take on his social responsibility to do his part for the greater good. He is now gone from this world. He recently had a heart attack. But the doctors say...
Do you see what they're doing to the most do you see what they're doing to the most decorated SAS soldiers?
Dude, gold.
Yeah, it's a female. It's a female. Talk about a machine, huh?
Oh.
Hostage.
You see
Hostage. It was
why is he?
stress
6'4".
Yeah, this what's his
from the Donald Trump
viral game or something. What's this?
What is tall look like?
They're like the most decorated, like double, fucking Victoria Cross award winning, awarded SAS soldier. He's fucking shafted now by some charges over fucking killing Afghanis. It's like that's just fucking bullshit. They're taking steel out the spines before they roll out the central bank digital currency, me boys. Trust me, it's coming.
The Afghanis have fucking criminal gangs over there. He just fought that one out, and they're like, he's Islamophobic. No, he's not Islamophobic.
But they also fucked him because I think he's from Queensland, and they waited until he went to either Sydney or Melbourne where they fucking arrested him because then they could get him.
Melbourne is a commie bastard area.
Exactly, and they could get him on a jury which would be much more diverse, right? Unlike
This is so funny.
To basically get so they selectively to actually charge and arrest him. Fucking cunts.
Mate, surely it's fun.
Well, you gotta take care of the Jews, bro. Brothers, we don't have to worry about the Jews before we worry about the traitors. And I tell you, we've got more than enough traitors to satisfy the Jews. But if you
I don't have any kind of hate on any kind of community.
If you attack their paymasters, the traitors will reveal themselves. No, listen to me. There are some things more important. The collaborators and the traitors will reveal themselves. No, you're wrong. You think they've been ruling as long as who's gonna do their peddling? Listen, I'm telling you what. You go into your community and you identify the motherfuckers which are taking the money, which are selling themselves and selling you and your political representation, and you fucking hold those fuckers accountable. And you look next door, your neighbor, on your right side or your left side, you see them in business with those fucking traders. Your problem is that the alternative. Our problem, brother. Our problem is that you're not committed. That's right. Your problem is
what the fuck?
That it's a Pepsi Coke challenge, and you think you've got choice, but both sides are poisons, right? No, brother, you gotta go upstream. You gotta go upstream and figure out. You don't need to be talking to me this way because you know, as a matter of fact, that I don't have any of this fucking delusion in my head about the right to live. You don't need to fucking talk to me about that. No, as a matter of fact, I can't believe you assigned that belief to me. You know that I don't see left or right. Come on, brother. You think you can poke your way out of this? No, exactly. You gotta fucking go through it. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Tim. You know that I know this, alright? Don't be fucking putting on your like that. Yeah. Unfortunately, you're like 90 seconds away at any given point in time saying shit like, the tree of liberty must be refreshed with the blood of patriots. What do you mean? What do you mean? How is it? What do you mean? What do you mean? Like that, you're ready to you're glowing right now. You're like a bedpost. See, this is why he's so secretive about his identity, because it's actually fucking bad. Tim, you want identity because you're like those fucking... Oh, I don't want to know your identity. I'd never asked. You're like those fucking... Oh, I'd never asked. Terrorize me, wife, and kids because you have got no other fucking targets. So I go out to the protests, okay? And I'm not talking about riots, but I go out to the protests, and I take my lovely wife, a good woman, and her children. Good children.
Bernie Sanders woke me up. My openly gay 6-year-old transgender nephew wanted something different than most kids for his birthday. 6-year-old transgender nephew wanted something different than most kids for his birthday. He wanted the COVID-19 vaccine for the greater good of humanity. Because unlike the racist Republicans, he wanted to protect democracy and take on his social responsibility to do his part for the greater good. He is now gone from this world. He recently had a heart attack. But the doctors say they don't know what caused it, but I know what caused it. It was a stress worse. His name is Donald J. Trump. Now let me tell you why Donald Trump is worse than Adolf Hitler. Number one, Donald Trump hurts my feelings and Hitler does not. Number two, Hitler at least put people in quarantine camps and made them wear masks, while Donald Trump continues to spew out Russian disinformation. Third, Hitler had the decency and kindness to kill himself. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is still alive. At least Hitler had the decency to leave us alone. Trump, on the other hand, refuses to kill himself and makes him significantly worse. Now, war with Ukraine and Russia. If we could have a nuclear war, it would be worth it if we could just save one life. What? Imagine living in a world where people on selfish sides denying racist, transphobic, xenophobic, misogynistic bigots, where people actually supported democracy and took on their social responsibility. The only way to fight for our democracy is to get vaccinated while supporting Ukraine in the fight. And that is your social responsibility. Everybody. One of the people I look up to, who I've begun to love, is Klaus Schwab. And he said by 2030, you will own nothing and be happy. And I stand with him because I am not selfish. And those who stand against it are selfish. My closing statement, my only regret is that I didn't stop for Hannah Taylor's killers. I still remember like it was yesterday. I was shopping at Target in the Pride section looking for a shirt for my 6-year-old openly gay transgender nephew after I got off work at Starbucks where I'm a barista. But at least I know that I was helping the LGBTQ community while Breonna Taylor was killed. Every minute lay in my car when I prayed that Dr. Fauci would make a vaccine for white supremacy. I hate myself!
Thank you. That's your time. Appreciate it.
I'm gonna take a knee for George Floyd.
Yeah. Could you do that over there so we can get the next person? Thank you. Okay. If we could, so we'll take like a 5-minute break and wipe all that down. So it's 8:13.
He sent me good shirt. Send me gold.
It's okay for like Muslims to like blaspheme their own God when they're criticizing the Bible, but when you're criticizing the Quran, like no, that's not okay. That's so fucking stupid.
You also have
That's not
the Ramadan as well. Yeah, no, for real.
Yeah.
Hello. You know what they don't put in the beginning of the Quran? They don't put the Charter of Medina, the Constitution of Islam, and the declarations by Muhammad in Medina.
Yeah, it's universe. Can you read my PTR and tell me if that's you at the top? Because if it's not you, will you please block that person and report them? Thank you. Hello?
No, that's not me. I don't know who that is. No, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, will you please report that guy?
Well, I don't know who that is, but I'd be happy to report him for you if you want me to.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
But I'm done. I would never ever waste another minute engaging in a debate with a Muslim unless it's about the Charter of Medina by Muhammad, the Constitution of Islam. That document alone is enough to ruin Muhammad. It makes Muhammad look like a scam artist and a fraudster, and it's so damning what he did, and so contrary to Western judicial practice and intelligence. It's an all or nothing statement. It's basically, it proves that Muhammad was the creator of a gang and that it's a scam and a fraud. And people today, one of the rules of Islam is to basically be in denial of Muhammad's criminal activity in the 600s.
Yeah, but can you read my PTR? Can you see how that psychopath, but I'm recording every room you're in, multiple accounts?
Well, I'm not targeting. See, when I live stream, I'm just primarily just like live streaming myself in my office. But downstairs, I am filming, but I mostly record the big
But
rooms.
is that you? I'm fine if it was you, John.
I told you it was not me. I told you twice,
Yeah,
and 3 times
exactly.
now.
Then that freaks me out. If it was you, then I'd be fine with it. But if it's not you, then I'm creeped out by it.
Yeah, well, welcome to being on the internet where you're in a public space and you should assume that everything you say is completely recorded, which it is, because you can't transmit what you're saying unless you create a record.
Will you please just report that guy? Please, John?
You got it. No problem. Too easy. Done. If you want to get smart, create a trap room, bait that person in, and then report them. But you need to get them into your trap.
Okay.
That's what some people have done to me. I figured out how they get my accounts clipped. They're pretty smart.
You alright, Kenny?
She's having a moment.
Don't let it get to you. You should never let the bullshit get to you. They have no
The bullshit mix. Yeah, that's exactly what they were, weren't they?
Oh, yeah.
You know what's funny is I'm gonna produce a movie called Hitler the Schmuck, and I'm gonna create another one called Stalin the Schmuck, and then Mao Zedong the Schmuck. Because when you see videos of them, and there's so many videos of them, they actually all spend a lot of time creating videos about themselves. You realize that they were doing dopamine social media creation, prior to the advent of cell phones. I mean, because they would just distribute the videos in movie theaters. That was the propaganda distribution. But when you realize that they were obsessed with making videos and not actually leading or even educating themselves, they're all schmucks. They're assholes who killed 100 million people. And see, the problem with that is those 100 million people that died in World War II, they were just led into the slaughter by a schmuck. And that's my big takeaway.
Which is the Sharia Constitution thing you were talking about. I kind of want to hear some of your ideas on that.
Yeah, let me put the link in the chat. Have you ever read the 72 amendments to the Islamic Constitution in Medina?
No, I haven't.
This is all you need to know from a legal perspective, that Islam is a scam. It's 100% a fraud, and it's right here in this link. And it's just all based on gangsterism, mafiaism, tribalism, defrauding victims, and it's right there. You can see how, and I used Grok to do a historical and literary analysis, contrast and comparison between Western judicial law precedents and historical progression versus the Medina Charter, which is set in stone. It doesn't update. So it's so low IQ and so obnoxious and odious that Muslims are essentially low IQ and ignorant and ridiculous and unfair. and nasty about it. And basically, they're in their own mafia. The Umma is the Don Corleone family of the world. It is
Did you stop whining? I can tell you're jealous.
it is the persistent cancer of society. And actually, the other way to prove it is through the quotes of Winston Churchill, and I'll put that link in the chat next. I am complete. Thank you for letting me speak.
You're welcome. Don't ever speak again, please. Do us a favor. All right. Oh. Why did they move the room? Why did they move the room? Here I am trying to
Diogenes, will you please report that guy that I pinned to the top, please? Will you report him and look at my PTR?
report. Let me what? Kitty 085. Hi Jess. I'm recording every room you are in. Multiple accounts, honey. Why would I? What? Who is that? I don't know what's going on.
That guy that I pinned to the top of this room, SIA Watcher. Will you please report him?
Why would I do that?
Because he's stalking me.
Oh, on the internet?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's you problem. You can block him.
I did. I blocked him and I reported him, but I wish you would report him.
Block him in the fucking internet. Log off if you don't like it.
Diogenes, I hate you.
Well, I don't even know you, so thanks. It doesn't mean much to me.
Yeah, but you don't like any of my friends and you say mean, horrible things. Are you Muslim?
No, but it's interesting to get that question. Thank you. I don't know that I said
a minute ago.
Essentially, if you're a communist or a socialist or a Marxist, you actually embody the Ummah principles, and therefore you are tangentially Muslim. Though not actually in Muhammad's Ummah, you practice Islamic ideology because you're a Marxist, communist, socialist.
What do you want from your turn? I can report it for you. What are you gonna do? You gonna give me some coins? Give me some coffee. Give me something. Give me karma. Sure. I can't spend that.
I don't have any shekels.
Well, I need some fucking shekels. Is that what they're called? Is that honest to God what we decided to call them on Clubhouse? Shekels? That's
Call you
based.
a fucking schmeckle.
Call me whatever you like. That's your freedom.
Okay, schmeckles.
All right.
So the other link I put in the chat is Winston Churchill quotes on Islam about how Muslims demand that women be their slaves, whether it's daughter or sister. I hope you enjoy these quotes by Winston Churchill. And, I just want to say the fact that Abby is here and you guys have broken up because Abby has eventually realized that she hates you and that you're a hap, which is a highly annoying person. Many people don't know that in the DSMV, there's actually a line item called HAP, which is highly annoying person. It is a mental disorder, and I am complete.
Hello?
Hi, Abby. Othello, don't think that you're not in there. When you look up HAP in the dictionary, there's a picture of Othello, Regal, Kitty, Abby, myself, Diogenes. This is actually the HAP support group. Thanks for coming, everybody.
You're welcome. I gotta admit, I'm just a sucker for punishment, just like you.
You keep saying that, but that's projection. I actually don't like punishment. I don't like to be uncomfortable or annoyed, but that's a you problem. Just like how you told Kitty earlier, that's a you problem.
Oh my gosh.
So welcome back, everybody, to the HAP support group for highly annoying people. We are with some of Clubhouse's most annoying and disliked people, and we're trying to figure out what exactly makes a highly annoying person highly annoying. Let's just sit back and listen to what actually happens with highly annoying people.
Kitty, can you put him in the audience for a second?
Wait, who do I have to put in the audience?
You have to purr.
Why are we putting John Kitover in the audience?
Yeah, we like John to shut the fuck up. But John, will you just be quiet? Yeah, just let John do his thing, but...
Yeah, I'm listening to highly annoying people. We're actually doing a highly annoying person survey right now. Please proceed.
Yeah, it's all hands. So
I know you're nothing, right?
Who?
You.
No.
Perfect. Well, there you go. Amazing. All right, Kitover, go on.
Welcome back to the Highly Annoying Person Support Group. Hello? Welcome back to the Highly Annoying Person Support Group, where we are listening to highly annoying people be highly annoying. Let's just sit back, use our ears, refrain from using our lips, and just listen to what it's like to be with highly annoying people.
Hello? All we need is T-Rops in here.
I knew he was gonna pull out Jazzy.
Oh, what's Jazzy in there?
No, he knows. He knows Jazzy like a
hello.
bar. Hello? You know, I think I'm gonna get into politics. You know, I think I'd be good at politics. I think I'm gonna fully dox myself, go into politics, and you guys can sell. You guys can, like, what you guys to do is I want you guys to say, like, oh my God, we know so many sordid, dirty things about him and who he was online, and I want you guys to get paid for that. So make sure you get a good amount before you get paid for that.
Okay.
We gotta wait till you're almost president, and then we gotta do it.
That's right. Wait, well, hey, look, you guys just take the temperature of the room, right? And if you see, like, my political stars waning,
the things I'm gonna make up.
yes, there you go. Just go for it. And, you know,
You
cash
stuck
out.
at the wrong Mossad.
I'm like the New York Times or, like, you know.
You knew all along I was Mossad anyway.
Exactly. Just, what I'm saying, get paid. Like, don't make sure the money.
I'm not only gonna fuck you, I'm gonna first make sure you and Diego are in the same political party.
He won't be a part of my political party. He's a fucking greedy little spiritual.
Well, you like him. You like him.
I do. I like, because you know what? Because
Oh my God, you're so Christian. I love that we.
Able to crash.
You're the most Christian non-Christian person.
He's peaceful. I know it. Isn't that crazy?
He's peaceful. Look what he did to Nura.
I didn't say he was peaceful. What do you think you're talking about? And obviously
I thought
he's
you
wrong
said
for
peaceful.
that. He's very wrong for that. And I've called him out for that. I'll call him out for that again.
Okay.
I'll say his face.
Wait, am I being kicked?
Being kicked. It just Diogenes is annoying me a little bit.
Why?
You were just talking about me. Really unhappy.
Are we having a room topic or something?
Yeah, it's a hot room.
I wanted to listen to what Alistair was saying, John over here, what he was saying about, like, the issues with the Constitution, fucking whatever.
Constitution. Diogenes lost to talk about that Constitution.
We were talking about the Muslim Constitution, not the American Constitution, Abby. There's a difference.
Muslims.
Regal's lying. He's just jealous. But it's okay.
Jealous of what?
Baby man.
Jealous of me? You're jealous of my English, Scottish, Polish.
That's crazy.
My aquiline, large and distinguished nose.
I mean, the whole reason why you guys are civilized is because of Regals.
You're like the worst part. You're made out of the worst shit that Europe is made out of.
My mature hairline, my mature hairline.
Bro, you're a fucking Polak and Scottish. Good for you. The Irish are better, and the Germans are way better than fucking that.
Wait a minute, I'm a Polak too.
Oh boy.
You know, the Polacks are considered the niggers of America. I mean, sorry, Europe. You know, I first thought, like, the Northwest and the Europeans are the best. I mean, they are very good. I'm not complaining, but we have to be honest. The one who created the culture are the Mediterraneans. It's the people like me, Rico.
Bernie Sanders woke me up. I'm openly gay.
No one else in here.
Okay.
Hi, if you're new to the room, welcome to the Highly Annoying Person Support Group, where we're listening to highly annoying people be highly annoying. No need to kick anybody to the goo or remove them from the room if they're highly annoying. That's the purpose of the room. Hello?
Hello? Hello?
John be cool right every 5 minutes.
I'm gonna fully dox myself.
I'm just trying to fucking chill and, like, be funny, dude. I'm not trying to be all that types of fucking serious. I mean, I don't know.
We are
Talking about something a minute ago.
We are trolling too.
Yeah.
Don't you worry about that.
Well, you see, not every hap is a troll, and not every troll is a hap. And I just want to say, if you're a highly annoying person and you call yourself a troll, but you're just a highly annoying person, well, you might not be a troll. You might be a highly annoying person. And so,
Stop speaking. I'm driving. I don't want to get in a car accident, but I really don't want to be alone with my thoughts. So.
Is it?
Yeah,
Let's
it's
go to
Kitover.
6-year-old channel and they go about my life. I don't care.
Okay, does Keegan have a room?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going there. I'll check the hallway.
I just want to say that that's generally what highly annoying people do, is they have absolutely nothing interesting to say. They're just actually there to be highly annoying. And that's okay, because there's a place for highly annoying people, like Honey Badger. Welcome, Honey Badger. Honey Badger is also someone who has nothing interesting to say. He just asks questions and he thinks through that Socratic method. He's embarrassing people who are actually just highly annoying people. And in the process, Honey Badger himself exhibits highly annoying person character traits. So thank you for coming to the HAP support group. This is a safe space for HAPs. Please come up, honey, and participate.
Everybody acts like it's, we've got a clubhouse debate club or something like that. It's not that. Definitely not that.
Yeah, but it's for highly.
Well, for everybody to jump in the middle of the fucking discussion and that's what we're doing. We're just having a conversation on here. With 20 people on the app, I can just jump in at any fucking time and fucking interrupt with, especially if you got somebody committed, and then you got some other fucking idiot. We'll jump in for them.
I agree.
You have it's annoying. It's not real fucking debate. It's just we're on it. You might as well have it be. That's why all the titles in my room are fucking open discussions. Ain't no fucking debate on here.
Well, I think this app would be, if this app had a setting where when you set up the room to like debate room style, like 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, and then the green bean rotates amongst anybody on stage, that'd be great. That would eliminate all the friction on the signal, So I'm just saying that the app itself is functionally malevolent. And I think Honey Badger can probably confirm that if we wanted to actually use this app for productivity in terms of like experiencing true information, that could be possible, but the app itself basically opens it up to highly annoying people. Hello?
I very much so agree. Hello?
Yeah, no doubt. It's gonna be a year debate on here, I guess. They're gonna talk about our claims evidence for the next year.
Oh God, I thought we handled that. I thought that was done already now. Really?
That's their thing, dude. They want to talk about the same shit every day.
Oh, but come on. We've already established that claims are evidence and testimony is evidence.
Yeah, whatever. Do you think these people are following philosophical rules when they do any of this stuff? Are there any real formal debates on here? I might have seen one or two. People don't have patience for that. They just want to be part of the conversation. They don't have patience for it. And they want to get out the fuck is it? All the troll shit. They want to joke around and, dude, there's old ladies on this fucking app, dude. Like that chick Frenchie, she's fucking old, bro. What are you doing on here? Life is so fucking boring that you get on here to fucking condescend Christians and tell them their book is fucking stupid. I mean, look they fucking do.
Yeah, she is pretty, I don't know. She acts nice to me sometimes, but she is a diehard atheist. Like, we've had a pastor, like, past 3 or 4 years of having to deal with Heidi. Yeah.
Like, what do you think? Like, you would think by now, like, after they figured out all of this stuff, like, they would be fucking doing some sort of a study of some kind and, like, talking about, like, real resolutions and problem solving and treating it like it's a fucking think tank or something. But you never hear anybody getting on the positive fucking tip and doing that, you know? You got some of these dudes on here that are, you know, I'm gonna say they're pretty fucking smart, dude. And it's like, well, you know, when do these people, Christians, atheists, all these fucking people come together and then like say, well, where's the reconciliation? Where's the stress point? You know, and I say this shit all the time. I'm like, it just falls on deaf fucking ears, dude. Like the biggest thing that we got hurting us right now is like this culture that we have. You know, we're just imitating shit and recycling bullshit from like, you know, the 1960s and 70s, right? It's just being recycled today by a bunch of kids that don't go out and read fucking history books. Like in the 1990s and the 1980s, like everybody was against fucking racism. Everybody wanted to clean up and pick up fucking trash. Everybody wanted to do Michael Jackson's fucking Heal the World and make it a better fucking place. You know, Cyndi Lauper, the fucking...
But see, this Regal, you know what Gnosticism is, right? So I came to the conclusion the other day that Gnosticism and solipsism are technically the same thing. And so what you're doing right now, it's not highly annoying, it's accurate. But I would just say that, like, I complain a lot too, but complaining about the culture, it's just complaining about the culture. But, like, your life matters. Your opinions and your dislikes don't matter as much as, like, all the things you can do. Meaning, your opportunity cost is there.
That's literally the point that I'm trying to make. Like instead of all of us as grown adults wasting our time on here doing like these fucking snappy little fake little witty comebacks and shit, you know, you think that people would like come together and come up with like resolutions or like, you know, you should be writing this down and fucking, you know, doing like a peer review and then tossing this into some kind of like a sociology study. You know what I mean? The point is like I don't think people know how to do it organically anymore. They just look in the fucking past and they say, well, I just want to emulate something my grandparents fucking did. Rinse and recycle it. And now we need this new activism bullshit. Like it's not fucking new. It's the same shit. You know, and it's more damaging to fucking society than it is helpful.
The new activists, though, are actually highly annoying people. I heard one, you know, what's his name? Bree, or he goes with that stupid PTR with the light and the tree. Breyer. You know Breyer on here?
That's funny, dude, because you're pointing out the problem here. It's like you can sit around all day long and complain about what's not happening and complain about every little fucking facet of like reality. dude, and you know the fucking God's not real because I can complain about how fucking sad the state of affairs is in the fucking world.
So Breyer thinks that he's like the most intelligent thing since like sliced bread, and he used to hold all these debate rooms, and he'd say, "Well, you don't know this, but I'm actually like a teacher at what is it, California? Not it's what is that or the university there? It's where he's so proud that he's taught at before, but that he's just a debate teacher." And so he thinks he's just so fucking smart.
No, I know. But what I'm trying to say is Regal is talking about action, not complaining. So in the Book of the Law, or The Rights of Man by Aleister Crowley, it says, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. But the do is capitalized. So he's trying to point out that our lives are actually experiences or happenings. And so the talkers are the biggest scammers around because the secret about life is that you are not what you say you are. You are what you do. And so I've proven that over the past couple of years by running for Congress.
I understand that. You know, if what everybody is just, you know, they want to sit around and complain, and they get sad. And you know what these activists do? They make money organizations that are like money laundering schemes, and they pretend that they're going to put something. Here's the promise: they're going to put some magical person in the place that's going to make all your problems magically go away. It's okay. You throw enough money at this organization, they'll go and do it for you.
Because when you stop talking to yourself, and you are simply aware of what...
But what happened in Alabama with, like, you know, SPLC or whatever? Will you explain that, Alistair?
Let me play for you a quick little clip from Alan Watts here. It's kind of interesting, and it's actually the next level up about what Regal is talking about, which is really, this is why I bring up highly annoying people, because part of our problem is our brains are fully automatic and constantly we're chatterboxes, but there is another way of actually manipulating your environment through silence. Listen to this by Alan Watts.
Yourself. And you are simply aware of what is. That is to say, of what you feel, what you sense, even that saying too much. You suddenly find that the past and the future have completely disappeared. So also have disappeared the so-called differentiation between the knower and the known, the subject and the object, the feeler and the feeling, the thinker and the thought. They just aren't there because you have to talk to yourself to maintain those things. They're purely conceptual. They're ideas. They're phantoms, ghosts. So when you allow thinking to stop, all that goes away. And you find you're in an eternal here and now. And there's nowhere you're supposed to be. There's nothing you're supposed to do. There's nowhere you're supposed to go, because in order to think you're supposed to do something, you have to think. And so it's incredibly important to unthink at least once a day. Because when you...
What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds interesting at first, but to me, it's just a platitude, to be honest.
I'm trying to get at here is, you know, like I said, this whole philosophy fucking shit of fucking platitudes that people say to each other, and they think they're being fucking armchair philosophers on here. Tell me something that's actually fucking useful that you can do on a day-to-day basis, because most of the shit they talk about around here is completely fucking useless shit that you can't find.
Yeah, this app is just spam. It's all spam.
Yeah, I get that.
But what Watts?
Like, the point I'm making is, you think they would figure out by now? You know, there are positive things you can posit that you can talk about. That's not just fucking complaining. That can, you know, you can do something with it. It encourages people to get along.
I know.
It's encouraging to fucking.
It's disappointing.
You know, be positive, and it is at a certain point. Yeah, it is. But you can't really focus on disappointment though.
But that's why I said, from the user experience, your leadership is actually your journey. And so, like, just because society can't organize and it's dysfunctional doesn't mean that you are not organized and functional.
Andrew was like disparaging me about yesterday or a couple days ago because of the way I talk to people, and it's like, well, you know, if you're gonna be a cackling fucking hoe, or if I'm gonna tell you you're blown out and you smell like tuna on the basis of disrespect, and the whole point and strategy here is to show some fucking leadership, you'd be like, oh hey, you know, I did that. Lead by example. You know, let's not do that. You know, I apologize to you. Let's move forward from that. And somehow he wants to smuggle in this fucking, well, that's not biblical. You can't speak to people like that. Well, you know what, man? It's the greater fucking good. Isn't this what you motherfuckers argue for every day with the problem of evil, that there's a greater fucking good? You know? And it's like, you have to do that. You have to show some kind, you have to jump in and get fucking dirty with people and show them, hey, you know.
Yeah, but you go by the name. You go by the name Regal, but unfortunately, you're not actually being regal by having that type of demeanor, attitude, or personality. I'm just saying that you're not in compliance with
Yeah,
regality.
I am being regal. I am being above and beyond all that fucking shit.
No,
Because
it's
all that dude's
no.
trying to do is tell me, it's like, I don't like the way that you talk. Because I wouldn't do this, right? But look at the success rate of Andrew, right? Like, I can actually fucking demean somebody and break them fucking down, and then say, hey, you know, I'm sorry, but you need that to be built back up to actually make genuine fucking sense. Whereas, you know, he wants to sit around and he wants to play Mr. fucking nice guy. That's cool. Well, what's your success rate? You know, almost every person on here, right, that comes and hangs out in this fucking room, you know, I've been pretty blunt and straightforward with, and I'll tell them what my thoughts are. I'll even insult some fucking people when it's necessary. I'll also apologize for it and say, hey, you should do the same thing, and if you want to actually work on a project with me or actually do something with me here, you know, we shouldn't be miserable while we're fucking doing it. We should actually be doing something fun, something that is regal, that says all that, that's above and beyond it.
I get it, but people are just complaining about it. Well, what I'm advocating for is that Regal can actually change and be better and be happier with a different personality. You're never going to really totally change who you are, but the more you read, the more your personality will change because you're actually taking in other people's personalities as you read their books. And there's a famous Jesuit, he wrote a book on axioms and aphorisms. The last chapter says, in a word, be a saint. And so if you think about Jesus Christ, that guy, he expressed all range of motions, you know, by especially when he flipped the tables and he got angry in the temple and he scared everybody and freaked everybody out. I'm just saying that Jesus, like, how do you think Jesus's personality was as he was walking around, you know, the countryside and conversing with people?
Doing the same shit. He was challenging people. He was saying, hey, X, Y, and Z, here are examples. You know, he's without sin, cast the first fucking stone. For in other words, shut your fucking mouth. If you're fucking, tell me you're the one that's fucking sinless, right? You know, and that's kind of like the same thing that I do on occasion. Now, I'm not saying I'm like Christ or I'm perfect or anything like that, but, you know.
Well, what I'm getting at is that I think
is like you have to be able to tear somebody down from their fucking the egotism or this little secure place where they think things are the way that they fucking are. They're really not that. And you know what? You gotta rip that fucking Band-Aid off someday.
I know, I get that, but when you rip a Band-Aid off of somebody else, sometimes you are unfortunately ripping your own Band-Aids off.
Life is fucking painful. You know, our grandparents had the privilege of growing up in a suffering, painful life without the fucking internet or cable television and all this other fucking nonsense we don't need today. And you know what? This is the result of living in a pillowy. You know, you can go to a supermarket. You can do, you know, this you can do anything kind of fucking thing, right? Way too many fucking options, you know? People are not fucking suffering like the way that they claim that they're suffering, like people who went through the civil rights movement. Or people who fucking, you know, get the fuck out of here with that nonsense.
No, I agree, but I'm just saying that, like, from the user perspective and the way that, like, you get in a vehicle and drive it, you're like a soul driving this vehicle. And to me, having friction is a waste of time. Like, I want to flow like water and not be held back by other people's blockages. And this app is essentially a game theory simulation experiment of your own making. I mean, being the green bean is your experiment. I'm just trying to say that I think Jesus was a nice person. And the statement, be good or be like a saint, if you can actually...
That's the point, dude. Everybody's conception of what they think Jesus being a nice person isn't really what they think it is. You know, you have like this mythical unicorn in the grass, and you think you're gonna find that in the common man today. You know, and that's what people's perceptions are, right? And I got someone like Andrew R. over here, right, condemning the way that I speak to people, but my success rate is actually better at commanding respect than his is. You know, that's the fucking difference.
Yeah, that's fine.
You know, when I talk to people
and I tear out the foundation beneath them, right? They don't like that. And that's what you gotta go for to build people back up and put them on the beaten fucking path. You know?
Well,
Some people want to go down the fucking, this road. I'm trying to say, well, what about the road less traveled? I'm pretty sure you're familiar with what that poem is.
Yeah, and every single journey starts with one step. Again, it goes back to doing and action. That's true karma. It's not reciprocal. It's actually life is happening. This room is an experience. This app is an experience. Your cell phone is an experience. Your love life, your marriage is an experience. It's all happening. And I'm just saying that to actually move through the happening with more joy, be like an angel, be light on your feet. Nothing holds an angel down because they don't weigh anything. And if God created angels, well, God weighs even less than nothing. All I'm trying to say is personality, pleasantness, being happy. If you're happy and you know it, you clap your hands. And when people insult you, degrade you, abuse you, you're actually far ahead of them because you know the secret, which is that it's all ad hominem projection. Ad hominem projection is what happens on this app nonstop. And when you realize what real projection is, it's a motherfucker. Because you realize everything you've ever projected onto somebody else.
Dude, I get it, man. Everybody likes to take their insecurities out on each other because they can't sit there and formalize them because they don't have a concept of like conflict resolution in their life. And the standard of relationships today is to avoid conflict resolution, because the second you criticize your friend or anybody else, it's like, oh, I can't be criticized, we can't resolve this. Oh my God, communication and expressing your fucking needs to each other, that's so fucking hard to do. I mean, I get it, dude. I understand that, but the whole point is that, I can sit there and take the criticism. I can also dish it out and say, hey, you guys really don't fucking like that. Let's get along and let's go this direction. So I'm sitting here focusing on nonsense like that. I mean, not for nothing, dude. Like I said, I think this just backs up into like a cultural fucking thing now. All the movies suck. All the films suck. All the things that you get in fucking society, all the incentives and social situations, it's all fucked up.
No, I agree, but
and you got a bunch of fucking
content
kids running around in their early 20s, acting like they're in the civil rights movement, making shittier fucking films. Saying, hey, I want to remake this film, but do it without all the nuances that made it great, and they make it shittier than it ever fucking was. They're not making their own fucking music. They're copying all of the old shit that was already done before. So it's like, where's the real creativity? Where's the real expression? It's just...
Again, that's a you problem, though.
Done fucking horribly.
That's a you problem,
here's the
though.
other fucking point. There was a time, right, where like what I was saying, like for an example, John Carpenter, right, did this film called The Thing, based on The Thing from Another World, a black and white film based off of a fucking novella called Who Goes There, right? When you get up to John Carpenter's film, it was done good. When you get up to like what people are doing now with this material, it's like there's all this red tape around creativity. They're doing it worse than what these people do it. Like, if you're actually going to do this concept, like, do it right and commit to it. Not just cut out the parts of the fucking film that offend you or you think is racist or you think wouldn't align up with today's, like, climate culture and all this other fucking shit, because it's all forced. You got these people with their thumb on the fucking scale. They're claiming that, life is horrible, it's bad, there's racism out there, there's misogyny, there's homophobia, there's all these... None of these fucking problems are fucking here, dude. They're not here.
Well, they're there in the subjective, but to me, they're low on the list of priorities. And my complaint is that people have priorities upside down. And if we were to properly understand priorities, it would solve the lower hanging priorities on its own. But I agree with you. I think all content now sucks, and I think a lot of it is just mass produced for distribution globally, especially to India and China. So it's got to be, rated PG, and it is woke. And the government, unfortunately, Trump is just one man, and one man has difficulty changing culture and leading it because it's like supposedly a slow
John,
change.
it's not a fucking change, dude. The Democrats were doing the same fucking thing in the early 1990s. There was this cultural phenomena with fucking Donald Trump in the 1990s. Everybody was all cool in the fucking gang with him. He remained a Democrat his whole fucking life. He's still a Democrat right now, dude. What the fuck does that tell you? He's not a conservative.
Well,
what does that tell you about fucking culture and society at large that are fucking gaslighting them fucking selves and believing this bullshit where they put their fucking thumb on the fucking scale and make it something out to be that it's not? Donald Trump, right? We actually have a Democrat in the fucking White House right now, and people don't even know it. The dude's views didn't change from the 1990s to now. They're the same fucking thing. All the shit he's doing right now is all the shit the Democrats were doing in the late 80s, early 90s, all the way up to the fucking 2000s, leading up to Obama.
Well,
It's not bullshit.
I mean, before getting to that, I just want to say that, like, you know, people think I'm a troll on this app.
Well, let's be real, dude. Like, how can people sit there and literally brainwash themselves into this fucking shit, dude? Like the real influence here is coming from, like I said, a bunch of fucking teenagers that are probably in their early 20s now, just getting into college. They hear about how they have entitlements to feminism. They hear about, you know, the racism and all this, and then they bring it all back with them, and they think this is the problem of the fucking world of today, dude, when all that shit's already been resolved. That's what the fucking problem is. You could have let a lot of brainwashed little shits running around.
Well, see, I think you got your dates wrong, personally. I've read that the problem in America really began in the 60s with the hippie movement and that cultural movement in America, that the government should have ended it before it took off. And that's actually the cancer in our society. And they're all, you know, in their 70s and 80s now, retired, collecting pensions, and they're all hypocrites. These are very common complaints. I'm just saying that, to me, you know, I said earlier that I was a troll, but I'm actually a filmmaker, and I have, you know, 100 YouTube accounts with 100,000 plus videos.
From the 1960s to the 1970s, we resolved that issue, right? In the 1980s, everybody was doing interracial relationships. Everybody was all cool in the fucking gang with it. Now we're in the early 90s, and the culture reflects everybody trying to make the world a better place, clean up your garbage, treat everybody fucking better and kinder, all this other nonsense. And then you get to 1998 when the new metal culture comes out, the Attitude Era, where everybody's fucking flipping bird and saying, hey, I don't give a fuck, it doesn't make, fuck you, this, like, all of that punk shit, right? And then slowly from 2000 up to 2015, dude, something happened here where, like, these fucking kids got their hands on the culture now. They're getting into the filmmaking, they're getting into all this shit, and somehow, because that's what kids do, they sit on the internet all fucking day in 4chan, sit all day on the internet, on fucking TikTok, on Facebook, on fucking Reddit, okay? And there's just this fucking poison that gets injected into fucking culture, bro. What, we're doing racism again? Oh, we're doing feminism again? Oh, we're doing, like, how many fucking things can I stack up and be like, hey, we're doing it all over again when most of these fucking problems are, like, generally resolved? Like, even in the early 1990s, dude, if you were a fucking racist, man, you would be socially disparaged for being an asshole like that. When the fuck did it ever come back in 2015?
People got tired of being called racist when they weren't.
Well, that's the point, dude. Like, now racism or misogyny, or all of these different words, right? Why, all of them, right? All of them has lost its absolute fucking meaning, and people are getting fatigued out from it. And
it's cyclical,
though. People that are the politicians, the people that make the films, this is the people that run the music industries, this is the Disneyland. This is all the kinds of shit that they're fucking into. And they're just poisoning the fucking well at this point.
It's a list of top 50 buzzwords that Democrats use. I realized this yesterday in a room. I was like, you know, I really need to learn the verbiage that left wokeists are using regularly, because no matter what the topic is, it will come back up. It's almost like on their calendars. And they just keep recycling the topics, but they never get to important topics like tax reform. Never, ever. because they're not interested in actual reality. They're more interested in their delusional makeup, create a new utopia society, not based on math or science or physics, but based on their feelings of what is social equity justice. I mean, that's why I'm saying, Regal, like, your complaint for a highly annoying person. Again, this room started out as a highly annoying person support room. I know I'm, co-opting your room and declaring that, but I'm just saying that be the solution, be the outcome now in everything you do, and then there's no room for complaint. And I hope you're doing that. Hello?
Dude, this goes levels above and beyond stating the fucking obvious, right? Because this stuff really is obvious, but it's really fucking not. Now, if you point this shit out, you're a transphobe, you're a racist, you're a misogynist, for simply stating the fucking obvious. Like you gotta make a fucking, what the fuck is that? What the hell is it? Trigger warning. No, it's the act that they made in the fucking Biden administration for like fucking trans people. I can't remember the name of the fucking bill because I just don't really even care about fucking politics at this point. But it's like here's a percentage. You got the LGBTQ community makes up 10% of the fucking population. Now you got less. Now you have even less than 10% of the population, right? These are trans people. Why are we allocating a bunch of fucking funds for like all of the like a super elite group of fucking outliers?
It's political. It's super normal stimulus.
Just to satisfy their feelings, so they feel like there's a security net. Like it's absolutely fucking insane. Why are we doing that?
For real, that stuff killed the left. Like, it really destroyed the Democrat movement.
When you turn 18, you can get cosmetic surgery. When you turn 18, you can do whatever the fuck you want with yourself. What was the fucking point of that to begin with?
That's all they had to do. People would have been like, okay, well, I don't really agree with this person either. But when they said, yeah, we're gonna come after kids, that's it. That's when they completely lost everything. And they walked it back for all the LGBTQ. Because of that one group of people, it got walked back for everybody.
Like it's so fucking obvious, right? You can't point, like that's the point that I'm trying to make to you, dude. You can't point the fucking obvious out to people anymore because they just don't know what the fuck you're talking about because it's not obvious to them. So there's something else going on there.
Right? It requires like weirdos like us to kind of see this stuff, and then unfortunately, because maybe people like us are very tribalistic.
Between England and the United States, for an example, you have all of this anti-natalist rhetoric around you need your right to have an abortion because you just need it. Because you're a woman. You're entitled to do what you want with your body. Meanwhile, over there in fucking England, they're moving in dozens of Muslims because they're under replacement rate because they need people in civilization to operate the fucking machinery, to turn the fucking lights on and off, to keep the, all the infrastructure going. You need people with fucking minimalistic basic skills to do laboring work. To like basically have that to fucking fix all the fucking potholes in their country between fucking winters and summers and all this shit. So instead of sitting there making, let's say, let's get rid of fucking feminism because it's already achieved its fucking goals, and obviously they're not gonna roll back on that, right? Let's get the propaganda up for actually supporting people who are mothers to get replacement rates back up. But that's too fucking obvious though.
But that walks back feminism. That's the thing. Like feminism, ultimately, it started, right?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. And I'm also familiar with the fact that somebody who commits themselves to feminism, they don't care about how it came along. They don't care about where they're going with it. Most people, if you state the obvious to them and you say, well, how do you resolve for this issue? They don't fucking talk about it. They don't care. This is an obvious problem. You can point right at it, tell them what it is for how it is and whatever the case may be. And it falls on deaf fucking ears. I don't care. Because you can take your money and you can give it to an organization and they'll do it for you. There has to be somebody out there that's going to protect me or give me a security net if I keep paying fucking into it. Like, I mean, does anybody know what happens to the tax money anymore? Where it goes?
It goes into a black hole. There's no tracking.
You get enough time. You get barely enough time in the fucking week to yourself to even care about any of this shit.
Yeah, it's true.
The roads look like the servers on the moon. I don't know where the money's going.
The popular.
Yeah, well, where's the fucking outrage for fucking everybody in their fucking world being locked in their fucking homes because a bunch of fucking scientists said we needed to fucking do it, and then they ended up being fucking wrong about what they said. Well, where's the outrage to that? Oh, none? Yeah, somebody else will take care of it. I pay my taxpayers money.
Great, welcome. This is a highly annoying person support room built for highly annoying people. I want to thank you for coming.
I mean it in an endearing way.
No. You just didn't know that we set up this room about an hour and a half ago dedicated to supporting highly annoying people, and we just sit back and listen. We try to use our lips less than our ears. Welcome to Highly Annoying Person Support Room. Hi, Greg.
Hey, what's up? How's everyone's Thursday?
Pretty good. Could be better.
Listen, if you're a highly annoying person and you know it,
I think I can be annoying to certain people. And other people like
It's gotta be highly.
don't.
It's gotta be highly.
I trigger Andrew. I know that.
see, Regal here was triggered by Andrew's behavior and how rude he is to Regal and doesn't give Regal his.
Are you being fucking cute with me right now?
No, I'm just trying to say that, like, in the hierarchy of Christ, I personally think that Andrew has a higher position than you, but I am just a highly annoying person. Hello?
No, but Andrew cares about what people think about him. And he needs these sort of groups to validate his, like, he knows nothing else. Like,
It's the same thing with Muhammad. He's a Muslim.
He's getting worse, though, too, because he's getting validated and able to, what once was a joke about autism.
Well, right. It's not a debate on here. We're not doing philosophy. We're not debating philosophy. If you notice, it's really just a discussion at the end of the day. Because in debate, you don't sit there and say, hey, I can't explain this to this person. Hey, someone else on the stage that's smarter than me, can you explain this to this person? Or in other words, for me?
After the explosion, a stranger saw Kitover, but still had no idea what had happened with a mysterious old male. It just plunged Butcher into a but in reality, Butcher had fallen into a deep sleep. No matter how much he called out to him, he was wasting time. He's gone. An endless nightmare. Died from terminal dehydration. There's got to be a way we can wake him up first. Take us down one by one. I'd like you to stop wasting time to get you to God's sake. At this moment, he was trapped in an endless nightmare until he died of dehydration. This was my decision. Now only my story. There was no way I would let my revenge plan fall.
You really think he has all control over the atheists that is under
If he held my story, I would immediately kill him. And I seem to hear some kind of sound.
They just hang out with each other while quietly disagreeing with each other. And it's just a few steps. He has like dedicated people that see him over the past couple of years, and they get quiet and they stop speaking to each other because they have nothing to talk about. Listen, I'm done. Listen in silence. I'm not a fucking pussy. We're doing stuff
Stop bragging.
get some people into the room so they can change it every once in a while. I'm seeing that shit with it, to be honest.
After we emerge from the forest, we dressed like priests.
It's like they're treating this like it's
down and asked us to take a look.
the main channel. It's a discussion panel where it's a free flow. It's not the main.
After sending the nun to meet her maker as well, we arrived at a farmhouse. I could clearly sense that Mindstorm was hiding inside. Soon I spotted his warehouse. I raised my shield to signal Huey not to act rashly and wait for the right button to strike. But what I didn't expect was that Huey actually used his superpower to teleport Mindstorm somewhere else. Huey had made a deal with Mindstorm. If he will butcher the illusion, Huey would help him escape.
I don't think we got my friend more. Sorry, that guy's a piece of shit. It doesn't matter. I don't want to be someone who has to want to for better or worse.
To be honest, I assume like all of these people out there. That's why I just assumed philosophy turned reality. Like one time, like it was getting to a point where like when I first joined this fucking platform and I went into like Andrew's room, it was like everybody in the fucking room were like debating me at once. And one time I even like did an abortion syllogistic argument, right? And like the fucking goal there was hilarious. They just ran through chat GPT to act like they didn't do that. And they said, oh, this is not the proper logic to use. I mean, I'm like,
Something different than most kids for his birthday. He wanted the COVID-19 vaccine.
Nuance or some flavor to the argument. Like for some people, it's just like unheard of, and they can't really process properly unless it's formulated.
The COVID-19 vaccine for the
over and over.
Well, I like to like overly like not that I'm like hateful towards a particular people group, but like I have my rhetoric down packed where it's kind of the goal is to literally make fucking transsexuals, homosexuals, and fucking whatever you may have it with all of this free love nonsense that they have, and they all want to include people and be inclusive. But at the same time, like, it's just as long as you fucking agree with them. And they don't like that, you know, and I get it, you know, but you have to sit there and listen to all the rhetorical shock value of, like, you know, what the opposite paradigm is. So it's like, I just don't really even fucking bother anymore. Like, nobody's doing philosophy on here, you know, it's just, hey, these are my pals and my buddies having an open discussion. So I don't even take it seriously anymore.
I don't think you should, and I think that a lot of times we're wasting our time.
So you never should have taken it seriously from the beginning.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up, dude. When you sit down and you write a whole, like, when you basically write a whole syllogism, you write down all your definitions, you have your semantics down pat, and then you try to actually put or demonstrate some kind of effort. Just to say, we don't give a shit about your effort, we're the arbiters. I think it's amazing.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm different, and I've been around the debate community for 10 years, so.
No, it's original, right? Like, at least I originally try to like do something or like make it fun or like come up with my own original ideas. They're sitting in there repeating.
Wait, did you just tell me